Production note, you're actually supposed to say the one silently and then point.
We're live.
Oh, I know.
Well,
yeah, I was
I
opening with roasting you for that, yeah.
Well, fair enough. Anyways, headshot. What's up?
Yeah, so your one doesn't come up on audio. That's why you don't actually say the one.
Fair enough, yeah. That makes sense. You gotta do the Doctor Strange finger. So...
The what?
The Doctor Strange finger, you know?
From yes, gotcha. Yeah. The Doctor Strange finger, right?
Yeah. That's a shocker.
Yeah, exactly. Doctor Strange finger, right?
What's up, headshot? What do you guys gotta give me these? It appears John has not seen Wayne's World. That is true, yeah. It's bad enough we're doing Superman tomorrow. But Banjo doing nuts and bolts might be drawing the line. That's why I draw the line. Anyways, let's do the intros.
Yes. Also, welcome Headshot, welcome Maid. What's up, y'all? You're the host.
Yeah. Welcome to episode 13 of the Cold Topic podcast. I'm your host, John, aka ConquertheJohn, aka Daddy D. Here today I have with me the bestie for the resty, Sac.
Yes, I am Sacrabalic, aka your Envoy of Hope, aka Sac, aka Best Girl Sac, aka your Envoy of Despair, aka your Envoy of Fish. Those are all true. Those have all been actually used before.
All right.
For the record, I watched Wayne's World when I was like 7.
I'm sure I've seen it like on Comedy Central, but I probably don't remember it. Like Fish the Animal or Fish the Band? Fair enough. That's a good question, actually.
What do you think?
I'm gonna say Fish the Band.
You're gonna say Fish the Band? You think I've listened to Fish?
Okay, Infinite Tangent, man. That's pretty accurate too.
That's a new one. I've also been called the Encyclopedia of Infinite Knowledge before.
All right. So how are you doing? What's going on?
Fish the Band Sec looks like he had a snore face. Fun fact, I have never had marijuana.
Fun fact, I have 20 minutes ago had a marijuana.
I have never had any illicit substance.
Fun fact, I have.
I inhaled like fucking whipped cream gas once because Mama Sack showed me, and I fucking hated it, and I've never done it since.
Mama Sack showed you how to do a whip it?
Yes.
Your mom's fucking. I want to party with your mom. She's like, hey, come here. I'm gonna show you something real quick. I got shown whippets. I'm like,
this sucks.
I got shown whippets when I worked at Dunkin' Donuts, and then the person who showed me how to do said whippet got fired for doing said whippets.
Oh shit! Immediately, or?
I was like a couple weeks later.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, Mama Sack don't party too much anymore. She broke her liver, so.
Cheers to that.
I know I've told this on a stream before, but yeah, she drank. It wasn't tequila. She always calls it tequila, but it's that like Mexican tequila like stuff with the worm in it.
Okay.
And
yeah.
She drank an entire bottle and then ate the worm and woke up in the morgue.
Interesting.
So.
Mama Sack knows how to party.
Mama Sack knows how to party. Yeah.
Apparently, if she's eating the worm and shit, damn. I've never eaten a worm Patron. No, it's like scorpion something, I think, right?
It's some like Mexican thing. Tequila worm. I know it's not tequila.
Yeah.
It is called mezcal.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think I'm thinking about something else then.
I've never had it, but
I wouldn't. Yeah, Patron is good. Patron's my go-to tequila if I make margaritas, which I do every so often at the house.
I've been drinking a little wine lately.
See, I can't drink wine because, fun fact, I get fucking hammered off wine.
Oh, really?
So I do
Huh.
not drink wine. If I have like 2 hefty glasses of wine, I'm fucking belligerent. So
And wine drunk is the worst drunk.
wine drunk is the worst. Wine and scotch, hell yeah. See, see that's the thing. Like I can pound down like 20 beers, and here's your
Beer
routine.
has lighter alcohol than wine.
But that's the thing. I can do like 20 beers, but I have like 2 glasses of wine. I'm fruity loopy, man. I'm fucking out there, man. I'm taking my pants off in the middle of the street.
Oh man.
Yeah, that's
I don't know how many beers I could drink because I don't like beer. But if you get like drunk off of 2 glasses of wine and you can take 20 beers, I can probably drink like 80 beers.
yeah, because we used to pound down 30s all the time. Like that was like a weekend regular. Like come Monday, I would have like 90 to 100 beers in my body.
Because people have seen me like drink on stream, and it usually involves a giant bottle of vodka.
See, that's the other alcohol I don't
like 40 proof vodka.
See, if I drink vodka, I get angry, so I don't drink
vodka. Oh, I'm a happy drunk.
See, I'm happy drunk on everything but vodka.
Except for if I have to review a game and I'm just the right amount of drunk, because what I fucking did to Rule of Rose was vicious.
Bottle or transcription. Alcohol smells awful, just the scent puts me off. Fair enough, yeah. See, I'm into fruity drinks now. Now that I'm older and like wiser, I like have a mixer and stuff. Like I have a little like bar area that I make all my drinks at now. So like now I make like tropical drinks because like now when I drink, I'm like I want to feel like I'm somewhere that's not here. So there
are 2 people that enjoy tropical drinks: college girls and old men.
And I'm the old man.
And you know what? Nothing wrong with that, John. I would also enjoy a nice fruity drink.
Right?
Here's the reason. I've said this before. Here's the reason I've said this before. Why I drink vodka is because it tastes like shit. Yes, so once you drink the amount you need to get as like inebriated as you want, you just stop because you don't want more of it.
See, that's my problem with wine. I love the taste of wine so much that I keep drinking it. And that's why I get so like it's not like I'll drink it slow, like I'll fucking chug wine. Quiet whippersnapper.
I will actually say that Maids, I'm a happy drunk, also Hideo Kojima fucking jerks off to movies is an actual quote that I did say while drunk.
I believe that. I believe that 100%. I believe I was there for that actually.
That was a No More Heroes 2.
Maybe? I don't know. Yeah, you're not that much older than me, Headshot. I think you're only like 3 years older than me, right?
Yeah, it was No More Heroes 2 because I was fighting the astronaut.
Neat.
Yep.
All right, so let's get into recap.
Oh yeah, how am I doing? Yeah, I'm doing okay, kind of. It's been a rough couple of days, but I think I'm recovering. I think I overdid it on my exercise. I have a doctor's appointment next Saturday. Hopefully, she'll either tell me there's nothing wrong with me, or she'll finally tell me what is wrong with me. It's a different doctor that I've been seeing, so I'm kind of hoping this one will fucking listen to me.
Yeah.
But how have you been?
I've been doing good. We finally got back to a regular stream schedule, which is really nice. We are playing Majora's Mask right now. It's been a lot of fun. We already had to do some backtracking because I didn't save correctly, and that's cool. So yeah, it's been a fun thing. I'm having emulation issues too, which is really cool. So yeah, it's been really cool getting back to streaming. We have
64 or
64, yeah. Playing more like that is also correctly, yeah. So we are playing the game, but it's also pausing every 5 minutes to either chat or look something up real quick.
That's just my every stream.
Yeah, I think I'm picking up some bad habits. Because like I'll watch your stream and then I'll go watch like Arctic stream where he just plays the game the entire time, and then like me and you, it's just like pause every 5 seconds, look something up. Oh, let me check IMDb for 45 minutes.
It really kills your productivity, but sometimes you just gotta look shit up. Yeah,
Yeah,
you gotta stream for fun. Is what I
that is
say.
true. Yeah.
So if I want to go on a 20-minute rant about the yokai girls in Yu-Gi-Oh, I'll fucking do it, and did it.
You will do that.
I did that. That wasn't me pulling something out of my ass. I did it.
And 64 controllers look less like a controller and more like some kind of prehistoric fossil. That makes me feel very old.
The time the stream stopped to look at Cecil. Oh god, that also happened.
In ConquertheJohn's case, it's 50 minutes of tangents, 1 minute of gameplay with us trolling the fuck out of him. That is a literal representation of one of my streams lately.
If we're talking about this, I would actually argue that I probably picked this up from you instead of the other way around, because
That's
I
fair.
distinctly remember a Dark Souls 2 playthrough where we were in Shulva for the first time, and we ended up spending about 1 hour playing the game and 3 hours talking about fucking Berserk.
Yeah, that's pretty.
No
accurate.
one remembers that but me, I'm sure, but it happened.
I remember that, yeah. So I am the bearer of bad habits, okay?
I do remember. It was right after. It was this would have been September, I think.
Yeah.
Because it was the month after the Cult Topic podcast had started. But before the second episode hit.
See, he can remember time and details. I cannot.
Jesus Christ, John, we need to fucking finish Dark Souls 2.
Yeah.
I just realized we've been playing this game for over a year?
Yeah, well, we took like an 8-month break, so.
Holy shit.
Yeah. We'll get there when I get good.
Oh, the answer is action, but you probably want shonen. Oh, maybe it is action. Maybe you don't know how to spell shonen. Supernatural?
I'm not gonna give up. Yeah, that's what it is. Taken straight from the Mallet.
I remembered it from Malgraph.
Yeah. I was gonna say, if anyone could get this one, it's you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
God, that would be impossible for anyone other than me.
Yeah. I still have to go back and update the stuff that you found out too.
Yes. No, the weirdest thing about, I posted on my Discord about it, the weirdest thing about that is that you gave Boy and His Beast a 6, just like I did, but every subsequent dartboard, you talked about it like it was an 8.
Yeah, that's our thing. That's our niche, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, so what have you... Wait, no, you're the host. You're supposed to be asking.
Yeah, what have you been up to, though?
Yeah, so what I've been doing is we finished Baishoujo Senshi Sailor Moon Another Story. And we have moved on to Persona 2 Eternal Punishment. The most mediocre of Persona games so far. I'm not going to lie. Like, I like it more than Persona 1 and 4, but I definitely like it less than Innocent Sin 3 and 5. I'm kind of hoping it picks up, which the weirdest part about it to me so far is that it feels so like middle of the row as far as the game goes, but so many people talk about it like it's the best Persona game, and I'm like, so far I ain't seeing it, but I think I'm only about halfway through the game, so we'll see where it goes at the ending.
Yeah.
Oh, but the soundtrack, my God, it's probably my second favorite Persona soundtrack. I think it might actually be better than Strikers. It is top tier.
It was pretty bumpy when I was in there the other night.
Oh yeah, no, it's like every time I get to a new area, I'm just like, oh, okay, game, all right, ooh, I like it.
It's always good when a game has some pretty damn good music. So
yeah, it's the kind of shit that just like makes you drop to the floor and you clap them ass cheeks.
Gotta clap them cheeks.
Mm-hmm. I think I got a new quote too. Yeah, quote 53. Right now, I'd eat a barbecued child.
Has everything to do with dancing.
I think I was just talking about how hungry I was, but there's quote 53. Part of the reason people love Eternal Punishment so much is because it stars adults. Like, whenever I ask someone who really likes it, they're like, it's about adults. Oh.
That's an answer.
That's a dumb reason, though. That's a dumb reason.
Why is that headshot?
I like the story and characters, so there's that. The characters seem a little stripped down to me. I don't know. I liked the cast. The cast of 2 was really strong. Innocent Sin, I mean. I guess they're both 2. Because Eternal Punishment is Persona 2, and Innocent Sin is Persona 2, 1, but Final Fantasy style. They beat Final Fantasy to it, I guess, is what I'm saying. You've been doing Majora's Mask. About how far are you in that?
We are right after Snowhead. I'm doing all the mask and all the fairy stuff, so that's been fun.
That's a real pain in the ass to do all that.
I mean, it's not too bad. I was like I had 100% it, but some of the heart pieces are like so ridiculous in that fucking game. I'm doing it more for the flex and because Fierce Deity is really fun to play as, so
you just hit the button and he dies.
Basically, yeah, that's what I'm looking for, you know? All that work will lead up to easy mode.
Is the fight even... Have you beaten it without Fierce Deity?
Yes.
Be honest. Is the fight even hard enough to warrant it?
Only in his second
seems like
phase?
So much work.
Yeah, like when he's like all tentacly, that's when it's like the hardest part.
I can't imagine he's hard enough to need it.
He's really not, but it really does make it. It's like, you know, you did all this work to get this mask. Here you go, kid.
Yeah. You win. You win now, yeah.
Yeah, basically, like, it's the win mask. And it's fun, because, you know, you get to just slice the fuck out of him. And that sword looks cool as shit.
Oh, it does.
Yeah.
Super impractical. They made it at Man at Arms, though.
Did they really?
Yeah.
That's dope,
you want me to post it?
Yeah,
I'll post it for you.
Yeah, do that, yeah.
Yeah, they actually made it, which is really impressive. Another thing I've been up to, I've been watching more anime. My eye patch for reading totally helps me out. So, like, it prevents the headaches completely. So I might be able to read more lately, which I'm kind of looking forward to. So I was able to finish Karakuri Circus without getting a massive headache. And I've already watched like 2 anime at this point. So not this month, but next month you should be getting an episode of Water.
Nice.
Pretty soon. I think I can probably, because I only have 1 episode on what I'm currently watching, and then I need to watch Wise Man's Grandchild and Kimetsu no Yaiba. So.
Oh, you're finally watching it?
I'm finally watching it. Yeah. I just need to finish 2 episodes, because there's an OVA. 2 episodes of what I'm currently watching. I'm done. I watched it all today, believe it or not. Wise Man's Grandchild, which is like 12 episodes, then just Kimetsu no Yaiba, and I should be able to pop out Water before the next podcast. Don't quote me on that. I don't know for sure.
Yeah, because that was only like 26 episodes, right?
I am, no exaggeration, about 2 hours from the end of Yakuza. I just need to go on a romantic date with Majima. I wish I was making that one up, but I'm not. Beat up an assassin, and then I just need to walk up a tower and explode a bunch of money.
All right. I'm playing basically just Majora's Mask right now. I'm screwing around with some other games and stuff. It's like I bought some new controllers for the emulations stations, just because I like the original controller feel. Like, using the Xbox controller is cool, but it's like it doesn't feel authentic enough for me. And like, you know, it feels better. And let me just, this N64 controller I spent $11 on is one of the best N64 controllers I've ever used. It is like on the money, like perfect. It might be better than a Nintendo one.
The N64 controller?
Yeah, but I did start Bravely Default. I've been playing that off stream, for no reason other than I just wanted to play it.
Bravely Default's good. Controversially, think Bravely Second is better, as I said in my review of it.
Yeah. I'm gonna play all of them, and then I'm gonna get the second one.
Bravely Default 2 is now on Steam.
Yeah, no, I saw that. I'm like, great, now I don't have to buy it on Switch.
I own a Switch. I'm still gonna get it on Steam rather than Switch. I'm like, fuck yeah! Fuck you, Switch!
the general theory now that I have like a good working PC is like, if it's on Steam, I'm playing it on Steam.
Yeah, it's also, so if you decide to stream it, it's so much easier to stream it off of that.
Oh, 100%.
Then, like, I probably have the capability to stream off Switch, but I would rather stream off PC. The thing about Bravely Second is it's one of like, because I've been wondering if I genuinely don't know if I'm ever gonna go like finish the current queue for my streams, and if I do, if I'm gonna keep playing things past that. But if I do, there's certain like games where I'm like, okay, these didn't make the original cut of the queue, but like what games should have been on, like should be in favorite search, like this should be in favorite search. And Fire Emblem Three Houses, Bravely Second, The Darkness, and honestly Persona 5 Royal, because it's just Persona 5 but better. All like deserve their own slot on the favorite list, probably.
Wait, is Royal on Steam?
Like I see all four of them. No, Royal, I'm pretty sure is not on Steam. I know Golden is on Steam, but I don't think any of the others. But all four of those deserve their own spot on the favorite list. I'd say I'm pretty sure all like four of those games would probably make top 10. So
Arsik, thank you for your 17 months of being subscribed, man. You're the best. Love you so much.
Yeah, Arsik.
Yeah, I'm pretty pumped. It's a really fun game. It involved me breaking my display port cord, so that was cool. Because I turned my my monitor into portrait when I play 3DS or DS games because it's bigger and it looks better. And I pulled my cord a little bit too far and fucking broke it. So I had to buy brand new ones that are way better. So I'm fine with it.
Oh, this is very important. How far are you in Bravely Default?
I'm like not far right at all.
Okay, yeah. Because a lot of people fall off at the midpoint of the game.
Yeah, I'm like I don't know. Like I want to say like 2 hours into it. 2-3 hours.
Holy shit, I just guessed randomly!
That's correct.
I literally, you don't understand. I didn't know the answer to that question.
That is correct, yeah.
I literally didn't know.
But yeah, next game that we're playing that's I guess a sub game would be Superman 64. Why did you say 95? Yeah, Superman 64 will be tomorrow. I was supposed to go to a concert. I have decided not to. So I'm instead going to do my Sunday Shitty Game Sunday stream and do Superman 64. Cause y'all paid for it with channel points, so we're gonna do that.
All the way through.
Yep. So that's the thing.
See, this is why I make people pay me actual money for the shit I genuinely don't want to play.
It won't be too bad. It might be bad. We'll see. It might make me quit streaming altogether. So we'll see.
Yeah.
But yeah. As for what's after Majora's Mask, I haven't made up my mind yet. I'm going to look at my list that I have in my Discord and then randomly select it like I did last time.
Oh yeah, you have like you actually randomly select it, don't you?
Yeah, I put it in our list randomizer and just select it that way. Majora's Mask, I was just like, I want to play Majora's Mask. So we're just gonna play. It was on the list, so. And I think I added a couple games to the list too. I don't remember.
What concert were you going to go to?
It was Bayside, Censusville, Hawthorne Heights, and Bomb Pops. It was basically a emo show.
Yeah, like very familiar.
Yeah. Yeah, I was gonna go, but due to what's going on in the world right now, I have decided not to risk it. So
I'm actually looking through your list right now, and it's pretty strong.
It's a pretty bumping list.
The only thing that's really standing out to me is that it says Persona 4, but I assume you mean Golden.
Yes.
And also SMT3 Nocturne, which you won't beat.
We'll do it.
He won't do it, Chad.
I'll do it.
This man doesn't know how to heal, and he wants to take on Nocturne.
I'm getting better. I'm getting better. Okay. I don't do good in Pokemon, but I do good in like must add nuts and bolts. No,
you don't do good in Pokemon. You want to take on Nocturne.
We'll be fine. Not that it's going to assault you.
This man's gonna die to Fornius.
Well, I'll do fine. We'll be good. That game won't be played until it's on sale on Steam, so.
Yeah.
I think I downloaded
It's like
PS2
$20
version.
on Amazon for the original. You can get it for real cheap if you want to play it on PS2. That's what I did.
Oh, I have it on PS2 already.
Oh, well. There we go then.
But I want to play the HD version.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
One more god rejected, more like one streamer rejected.
If you get a Matarasu, make sure to wear fucking sunglasses. That bitch blinded me all throughout the end of the game.
Fair enough. That'll be a fun stream when that happens. I don't know when it will happen, but
yeah. He did not, in fact, do as fine as the first blade of grass he looked at and violated.
All right, we good to move on to the first topic?
Sure, why not?
Let's do it. First topic. Sax topic. Yeah,
no, it's John's topic. I dare you. I fucking dare you to try and go off on this.
I believe you briefly touched upon it last month.
I talked about Prologue and Scarlet, so I'm not going to talk about them as long this time.
Okay.
All right, so I talked about Lust from Beyond Prologue and Lust from Beyond Scarlet last time. And I said I want to replay Lust for Darkness to kind of catch up before I play actual Lust from Beyond. So what I went ahead and did is I replayed Lust for Darkness. And so we're just going to talk about the whole series in general in order. So Lust for Darkness, you remember I said it was like, I remember it being pretty good, but really janky.
Yeah.
It was, in areas, it was actually less janky than I remembered. And then in other areas, it was way more janky than I remembered. Oh my god. Well, that final boss, and like opening doors in that game, real pain in the ass.
What do you think wouldn't be?
Yeah.
Up,
because it has the like amnesia like click and drag mechanic, but it doesn't respond very well. So sometimes you just like swing a door back and forth awkwardly.
Okay.
So you know what? Easiest way to do this: just talk about the gameplay of each of the two games. Anyway, there's a heavier stealth focus on Lust for Darkness, I think. Well, no, probably not. There's actually less of a stealth focus in Lust for Darkness. I'm wrong. There's more of a running away focus in Lust for Darkness. It can feel kind of awkward to do things. It's also a much shorter game. I think it's like 3 hours or so. And there's not really any like endings or anything. Some of the achievements can be finicky. That's actually a problem with the entire series, is sometimes the achievements just won't pop even if you totally did it. So that's kind of annoying. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, there's no combat in Lust for Darkness, unlike in Lust from Beyond. But yeah, despite some of the like finickiness and the save points in that game are just the worst. Like if you die, sometimes you'll have to replay large segments of the games just because there's not enough checkpoints. Yeah, it can actually get annoying. The biggest issue for Lust for Darkness is it can get really fucking annoying at times. Solid horror game overall, not very scary. I would actually say Lust for Darkness is more erotic than scary. Whereas final boss equals no combat. No, you don't fight. In order to defeat the final boss, you kind of run away from him, and then he'll attack you, and then you have to, like, dodge him, kind of. And he'll blow up a door, and then you just keep running away from him, and eventually, if you keep running away, he'll get killed by monsters or something. It's actually... It's kind of lame. That's why I said the final boss isn't great in Lust for Darkness. We already talked about Lust from Beyond Prologue and Lust from Beyond Scarlet, so since we're just going through, like, mechanics first, not even gonna bother addressing those mechanics. Go watch last stream if you care about the mechanics of that game. Lust from Beyond itself was the last game in the series, and it has it just plays better in general. The doors work how you would want the doors to work. You can like more easily open chests and shit. I got all of the achievements because it's not as finicky. I actually played the game 3 times. because this one has multiple endings, and I wanted to see all of the ultimate endings. It didn't matter. There's only 2 real endings. The only thing that changes are epilogues. I'll talk about that more when I get to the actual story. But there is actual combat in Lust from Beyond. They give you a knife, which you can use to stab your enemies to death. But the enemies are kind of stronger than you, so the game highly recommends you not try to kill anyone in it, because it's like, I mean, you have a knife, but it's supposed to be a last resort. But I learned something important, which is that if you duck, sometimes the enemy attacks will just go over your head. So ever since I learned that trick, I got into way more fights than the game wanted me to. My strategy became, I pull out my knife, I run towards an enemy, they see me, and they're like, hey, we're going to kill you. And then I'm like, okay, and then I duck, and they go, wait, what? And then I just stab them while ducked as they swing over my head.
The forbidden move.
The game wasn't fucking prepared for that. They didn't think about that.
Any game that involves ducking and you not getting hit is one of my favorite features.
Yeah, they're like, wait, what the fuck? Like, attacks will just go over your head while ducked sometimes. It's fucking great. And then when I played the game for the last time, I came upon an even more important decision. Now, I highly recommend you not play this game like I am describing right now, because Lust from Beyond actually has its horror moments for sure. It's definitely scarier than the other ones. But boy, when I was on my 3rd playthrough, did I figure out how to completely invalidate all of the fear that this horror game would bring to me. Because I also learned that your character is just slightly faster than your enemies, which means you cannot just run through the entire game and ignore everything.
All right. Okay.
Which I'm looking to, like, there's a lot more stealth sections, and you get an ability that increases your sneak speed. So once you increase it's either +1 health, +1 sanity, or a 20% increase to sneak speed. So obviously you choose sneak speed. So once you gain sprinting and you gain the bonus to sneak speed, you can just sprint through the entire game as long as you know where to go. You would probably die if it was your first playthrough, but unlike other subsequent playthroughs where you know what to do, you can, like, I'm genuinely, I'm gonna make a bold claim. I am probably the fastest Lust from Beyond player in the world.
That's a bold claim.
There's not that much competition.
Let's see if it's on speedruns.com.
You see if it's on speedrun.com. We'll do it. We'll do it right now. But yeah, I have to say Lust from Beyond is definitely scarier. And unlike Lust for Darkness, which I said seems more erotic, there's definitely erotic elements in Lust from Beyond, but they're a lot more horror tinged. Like, there's like some disturbing content in this game.
Lust for Darkness, right?
No, From Beyond.
From Beyond. Scarlet?
No, From Beyond.
Oh, because I just got Lust from Darkness, Beyond, Scarlet, and Prologue. So apparently it's not even up here.
What the fuck was I talking about? I'll have to cut my own distraction out. I usually don't have to cut what I'm talking about out. What the fuck was I saying? Oh yeah, it was scarier. There's combat. Yeah, at one point you get a gun in the game, which is pretty cool, but this game had a moment which I just fucking fell in love with, because you get a gun and then you get what was called a big box of ammo, and you have an ammo counter display in the corner, and when you pick up the big box of ammo, it displays infinite.
Okay. I
have never felt more pleasure in a horror game than seeing that counter of ammo go to infinite. I'm just like, oh, this is my favorite thing ever.
I love it.
I love it so much. There's a lot more puzzles. There were puzzles in Lust for Darkness, but there's a much heavier puzzle focus in Lust from Beyond. You have to, like, swivel around things. It's you have to, like, swivel, like, there's, like, rotation puzzles and shit, and there's, like, you have to do things in certain orders and lure enemies to certain corners. It's actually pretty entertaining. It's definitely the best game in the series mechanically. Anyway, about the story, right? because that's what everyone doesn't care about, because no one cares about this but me. I'm gonna talk about all at once. So, Lust for Darkness, your character's name is Jonathan. You have a girlfriend named Amanda. She disappears. Which looks like Amnesia, but with titties. It's less scary than Amnesia, but
definitely more titties.
Yeah, with more titties for sure. No, I actually like it better than Amnesia, I think. Like, as a whole, as a franchise. Just because the story, I would argue, is better than Amnesia. But anyway, yeah, you have a girlfriend named Amanda. Your character's name is Jonathan. She goes disappearing. She disappears for like a year. Then you get a letter in the mail that's supposedly from Amanda telling you to come to the Yelverton Mansion, which is a mansion owned by a dude named Willard Yelvington. I'm probably saying the name of the mansion wrong. It doesn't really matter. So you have to sneak in there. You have to get a mask, and it turns out you're at some Eyes Wide Shut Cthulhu cult. They worship a eldritch entity called Lava Brock, which, for simplicity's sake, so everyone knows what I'm talking about, I will now refer to as Cthulhu. I hope everyone is okay with that. They're a Eyes Wide Shut sex cult that worships Cthulhu, and they want to open up the door to Lustka, which I will now call Cthulhu World. You get inside the building by stealing the invitation of a man named Sabinian. Now, this is important because I have a theory that if they make another Lust from Beyond game, a third game in the series, fucking Sabinian is going to be the main antagonist, because I think this motherfucker is playing like 4D chess while the rest of these dumbasses are playing checkers. Because you find out that Sabinian was the one that gives you the letter from Amanda at the beginning of the game telling you go to the mansion itself, and you steal Sabinian's invitation for the party. Keep with me here. I'm going to mention Sabinian more. Anyway, you get into the mansion, and they're trying to open a door to Cthulhu World. Hey, Kato, what's going on? They're trying to open a door to Cthulhu World. Gonna skip some shit. It's not a very long game. It's only 3 hours. You find out that your girlfriend Amanda, she's pregnant. It's yours. Surprise. So you have to get her out, and you have to get your baby out, right? Well, anyway, turns out people are dying once they opened up the Cthulhu World portals. So this dude named Sabinian, I remember I said we were going to come back to Sabinian. Sabinian is trying to get a bunch of cult members to get the fuck out of the building so they don't get murdered by Cthulhu monsters. Makes sense.
Standard.
On board with that shit. Anyway, you also encounter the horrific owner of the house, Willard Yelverton, who just describing this dude, he's like 6-7 feet tall with like antlers emerging from his fucking head, okay. And he comes at you just completely naked, but there's just he's just smooth like a Ken doll. He's a creepy motherfucker.
I don't like that.
Yeah, no, it's not great. He can also open Cthulhu World portals just magically. Anyway, turns out your Amanda was pregnant with your baby. But Willard Yelverton made her have an abortion. So the actual baby that you find in the mansion is Willard Yelverton's baby. Also, all of this Cthulhu World shit was discovered by a woman named Doreen Austerlitz. This is more important in the final game. Anyway. Basically the idea is that you can create a permanent portal to Cthulhu World if you take a baby made from what is known as a seeing one, which is what Amanda is, and you shove it into Cthulhu World. So you can just make a portal. Cool. Great. Remember that information because it's slightly important. Anyway, you get to the end of the game, and you're still trying to get Amanda out of the sex cult mansion, and you manage to you get inside and you find the baby and you just decide to leave it. Jonathan just decides to leave it. He's like, I'm just going to leave this fucking baby here to die. And then Willard Yelverton, kills himself. And then you manage to get Amanda out, and she's like, what about my baby? And you're like, oh, I'm sorry, Amanda. The baby was already dead. And she's like, oh, rats. Phooey, right? And then you burn down the whole mansion, and then you go back home and you marry Amanda, and you have a new little baby who I think was named Samantha. Don't quote me on that. And then you're chilling out. You're an architect in this game. Jonathan is an architect. And what happens is that you hear the baby like cry, and you're like, "What's going on?" Oh, and worth noting, while Amanda was there, she said she kind of started to identify with Willard, like she had Stockholm syndrome and shit. But anyway, at the end of the game, you find, like the very last scene of the game, you find a fucking portal to Cthulhu world, and your wife is there, and she just tossed your fucking baby into it.
Oh, okay.
And that's how Lust for Darkness ends.
That's a very somber note.
Yeah, it's not a happy ending. It never has a happy ending.
Well, that makes sense. Yeah.
Lust from Beyond Prologue, I talked about a bit last time. Your dude is named Christopher. You are a new inductee into the Cult of Ecstasy, which is the same cult as in Lust for Darkness. You have to get help from a dude named Sabinian. Remember, I'm saying this man is playing fucking 4D chess with y'all. And, I already mentioned in Basement Locker, you find a former member of what's known as the Scarlet Lodge, which did not exist in Lust for Darkness because they didn't get founded until after that game, as I've found out. Anyway, at the end of the game, your character you find out is a Seeing One. You go into Cthulhu World, and while you are in Cthulhu World, while surrounded by the statues of the unholy Cthulhu Trinity, you encounter a woman there. That woman is Amanda, the girlfriend from the first game. And then she kills you. That's Lust from Beyond Prologue. Lust from Beyond Scarlet, I already talked about. You play some guy who finds a chick on what is basically Tinder, and he's a Seeing One as well. And he encounters the Scarlet Lodge, who murder fuck him to death. The most important thing you find out about this is an audio recording, if you do a bunch of extra bullshit, from a man named, guess who? Sabinian, who declares that he will join the Scarlet Lodge. That was Lust from Beyond Scarlet. Okay, this brings us to Lust from Beyond. Your character's name is Victor. You are a Seeing One. You are dating a woman named... I'm going to call her Ruby. That's not her real name. I don't give a shit what her name is. Lisa? Maybe? I don't know. We're going to call her girlfriend from now on. Anyway, you're Seeing One. You're having horrible nightmares, and you decide that you need professional help when you are having sex with your girlfriend, and you go too hard, and she's like, you gotta stop this, which, from what we later find out about the girlfriend, makes me wonder how fucking hard you are going, because you find out she's a member of the Scarlet Lodge, and they are into some hardcore shit. So I have to imagine you were just, like, literally breaking her pelvis or something. Are these walking simulators do more than pick shit up? No, it's like it plays a lot like Amnesia, kind of. I don't know, like it's a first-person indie horror game. You kind of know the type. But yeah, so then you have a horrible nightmare where you get thrown into Cthulhu World because you visit Seeing Ones visit Cthulhu World in their nightmares, and then while you're having a fucking psychotic nervous breakdown, she like tries to talk to you and you accidentally slap her, and then it like cuts to like 3 months later where you are driving to a town. Your character feels totally like broken up about that. She's actually like pretty understanding, considering you were clearly not in your fucking right headspace. I mean, you were literally having a psychotic break. You couldn't tell fucking reality from fiction at that point. So I'm willing to defend Victor, even if Victor isn't willing to defend Victor. But anyway, you're driving in to see a psychologist who your girlfriend recommends to you, who is named Dr. Austerlitz. This is not Doreen Austerlitz. I forget his first name, but it doesn't really matter. Dr. Austerlitz, who you found out in Lust from Beyond Scarlet is the head of the Scarlet Lodge. So your girlfriend recommends you to the head of the Scarlet Lodge. Anyway, but you don't know this because you don't know anything about anything. So you go to the town, and there's a festival going on, and it's all very suspicious. Someone tries to murder you in the middle of the night. You end up in the same theater that your perverted Tinder profile guy did, Lust from Beyond Scarlet, and you get kidnapped by the Scarlet Lodge, and they make you go into Cthulhu World to retrieve a book. I believe you have to retrieve a magic book, which was the goal of your character in Left from Beyond Scarlet, but you just fucking failed to. That guy doesn't really matter. You retrieve the book for him, and then you are saved by Amanda and Jonathan, the girlfriend and main character from Lust for Darkness.
Full circle.
And yeah, full circle, right? And so you end up protected in the mansion of Lust from Beyond, and you find out that Amanda is now the leader of the Cult of Ecstasy from the first game. She's now the leader of the whole cult. And what's more, you meet Jonathan, and he is just like mentally broken. He has lost his sanity completely. So yeah, your main character from the first game has gone completely wacko. And so you hear that Amanda explains some magic bullshit to you that I don't care about. Basically, she wants you to unlock the gates of Zuthar, and you find out that Cthulhu World has magic cancer. So supposedly, when you unlock this gate, you'll cure the magic cancer, and you'll be rid of all of the seeing ones and their ability to see into Cthulhu World, right? Follow me so far? Okay. Anyway, your girlfriend gives you a call and tells you that you have been kidnapped. She's been kidnapped by the Scarlet Lodge. You go there with Jonathan, who retrieves the book written by Dorling Austerlitz that you took when you were last kidnapped by the Scarlet Lodge. You find your girlfriend. Surprise, motherfucker. She was a member of the Scarlet Lodge the whole time.
Nani?
And she's betrayed you. You get re-kidnapped by the Scarlet Lodge, and they want you to access what is known as the Chamber of Change, which was one of the goals of your main character in Lust from Beyond Scarlet. Actually, that was the main character's goal in Lust from Beyond Scarlet. Excuse me. The only Victor ever had to find the book, but it doesn't fucking matter. No one cares what I'm talking about anyway, but I'm gonna talk about it all goddamn day. Anyway, so you manage to get to the Chamber of Change, and you're all fucked up, and you turn into a horrible monster, and you're talking to your girlfriend, who I've decided to call Ruby, because that was the name of her band. And she feels really bad about betraying you, so she lets you out and she gives you a gun. Now, you don't have the infinite ammo yet, but let me tell you, there's something really great about getting your hands on this fucking gun. Because you've been with the knife the whole game, and now you have a gun? There's something satisfying about being a horror game, and then they're like, have gun. So you get to break out, and you get to shoot all of the fucking members of the Scarlet Lodge to fucking death. It's hype as shit, right? And then when you get through the end of the Scarlet Lodge, you have a choice whether or not to kill Dr. Austerlitz, the head of the Scarlet Lodge. Whether you do or not does not matter, but this is where the epilogues and the multiple endings for the game come by. You get the option to like spare or save or kill 4 people. Anyway, you end up leaving. You end up killing or saving Dr. Austerlitz. It doesn't really matter. Jonathan shows back up to help you out, and before you leave, you try to find your girlfriend, who I've decided to call Ruby, and you manage to talk her into like joining you and being less fucking crazy. And it's like, you're right. I am sorry to betray you. Let's go. And then Jonathan shoots her in the fucking head, and she dies.
Well, yeah. Normally, if you get shot in the head, you die. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not a doctor.
So,
clearly.
So anyway, she dies, and then your character passes out, wakes back up in the Cult of Ecstasy, and then you have to like hunt down inside the mansion. Like Amanda, the like girlfriend from the first game, who's Jonathan's wife, just straight up tells you where he is. So you hunt him down, and you have to make the decision whether to kill or spare Jonathan, the main character of the first game. And I think that is real interesting. That the game gives you that decision. It doesn't ultimately matter, but I think it's really like really interesting that they let you choose whether he lives or dies or not. Oh shit! You fixed it.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah!
That's why I was like waiting for you to answer. I'm like, he's gonna get this wrong. He's gonna feel real bad.
No. I was on a roll. You fixed it. Also, welcome, Pache. Welcome back here. But yeah. So you get to choose whether to kill or save Jonathan. His explanation for why he did it makes a lot of sense. He doesn't want you to end up like crazy like him, because he also went through a long journey to save his fucking girlfriend from a sex cult, and look what fucking happened to him and her, right?
Yeah.
So I get what he's talking about. But anyway, you end up joining the Cult of Ecstasy, working for Amanda, and ... some bullshit happens. It doesn't fucking matter. You meet a girl named Mabel. You can choose to spare or save her. You have a little romance with her, but it doesn't work out right even if you save her. Believe me, I was fucking disappointed about that. Anyway, you get to the end of the game, and Amanda starts killing the cult members that work for her, but conveniently, while she's going on this rampage, Sabinian, that motherfucker, is out of town. This is why I'm saying this motherfucker's playing 4D chess. Anyway, between Zach starting his tangent and taking a breath. Anyway, so you get in there, and you know how I mentioned Amanda wants to open the gates to Zathura to cure the magic cancer for Cthulhu World? Guess what? Those gates won't cure the magic cancer for Cthulhu World. This bitch wants to release Cthulhu onto Earth.
Don't we all?
Boss fight. You end up defeating her and her magic bullshit powers. And then at the end of the game, you have to make a decision. Do you release Cthulhu, or do you not release Cthulhu? And this is where the ending split comes, and this is why I had to play the game 3 fucking times. Now, there is an achievement for saving everyone, like sparing everyone's life in the game, and an achievement for killing everyone's life, for killing everyone you can in the game. The weirdest part about this is if you spare everyone's life in the game, you basically get the bad ending. And if you kill everyone, you kind of get a better ending. Because if you spare everyone, that means you spare Amanda, and then you release Cthulhu. But if you kill everyone, you kill Amanda. So it's not like kill everyone, get bad ending, save everyone, get good ending. It's actually a little more nuanced than that.
Okay.
Which is kind of interesting, which is why I played the game 3 fucking times. One time, the first time I saved everyone, second time I killed everyone, the third time I killed Austerlitz, saved Jonathan, saved Mabel, and then killed Amanda. Because I wanted to see if it would get me a different ending. You can pretty much guess how the 3 endings, how those endings will work. If you save Amanda, Cthulhu gets released on the world. If you kill Amanda, Cthulhu doesn't get released on the world, but Victor, the main character of the game, kills himself at the end. And so the final time I played the game, I wanted to see if I save Mabel, because they had a romance going on, will Victor still kill himself at the end of the game? And John, let me tell you how disappointing this information is. Things don't work out between the two of them, and Victor still kills himself at the end of the game, so I wasted my goddamn time.
Fair enough.
But anyway, there you go. Lust from Beyond. I don't care that I just talked for probably 20, 40 minutes about a game no one gives a shit about. You fucking got it, and you'll never have to hear about it again until the next one comes out. You're welcome.
End scene. Well, that sounds like an interesting thing. I like Cthulhu monsters, so.
Any questions? No, there's really nothing more satisfying than just seeing the ammo counter go to infinite.
That is pretty nice, yeah. And ending
You're
game.
like, oh.
Like, fuck.
Yeah.
This is the tits.
It makes you so like honestly, it turns the game from a horror game into a puzzle game right at the end. Because what basically happens is it goes from like you having to count your bullets and sneak around enemies to you just becoming a god. Like you walk in, see a Cthulhu monster, and you shoot it to death.
No,
I'm not.
We're talking about
the reason
Lust
I was
series.
so willing to go for the entire Lustverse series and explain what happened is because I wasn't expecting anyone else to play them.
Fair.
This was not a pitch at all.
Interesting. What would you rate it as, the entire series?
Oh, the whole thing?
Yeah.
7.
Yeah. It sounds like one consecutive story, so.
If I were to do each individual entry, Lust for Darkness is a 6. maybe. 6 or 7, probably.
Right.
I'd go 6. Lust from Beyond is Prologue is a 5. Lust from Beyond Scarlet is probably a 5, and then Lust from Beyond proper is probably another 7. So, I mean, it's far from the greatest. It's no Silent Hill 2, I'll say that. But
yeah, I heard the next one Hulk shows up, kidnaps Cthulhu, and then God has a weird plot twist. Turns out he was a frog wizard, and the guy playing 4D chess. I'll play
some
that
of that
game.
might be possible.
No, I'll play that game. Yeah, anything
some of that
Hulk
might
in it.
some of that might happen. I don't know. One of the most interesting concepts they address in the first game only is that Luska, which is Cthulhu World, isn't the only world. There's like other worlds. Like one of them was like a world of wrath. So there's like sequel potential to not be just like Lust from Darkness or something. Like there's potential to go on to the other worlds. I doubt they ever will. They'll probably just keep going on with Luska and Lava Brock, but they could do other things.
Sounds like a Kingdom Hearts game where you play as the bad guy.
Also fun thing, if you let Jonathan live at the end of the game and you do kill Amanda and you don't release Cthulhu on the world, your main character from the first game just kind of like he gets like called back to Amanda to like work under her in secret, and then he just like blows her off and goes out to do his own thing, and his sanity totally comes back, and he just goes back to being an architect and having a nice life.
That's interesting.
Yeah, he's like weirdly enough, if you don't kill Jonathan, but you do kill his wife, he's the only character, I think, probably in the entire series that actually has a good ending.
Neat.
Yeah. I guess they felt so bad for giving him a bad ending at the end of the first game that they're like, we should give Jonathan a chance here.
So is this a player pass type series? Like, would you recommend it?
Look, at this point, I just told you the entire fucking plot. This is if you sounds like something you would want to play it. What you get with this game series is basically what I've just described to you. If it sounds interesting, play it. If it doesn't, pass. It's definitely in the middle. It's like if it appeals to you, you'll know it. You know what I'm saying?
Understandable, yeah.
Yeah. Like I wouldn't say like if you heard me go on that whole speech about that and you're like. And you're like, well, that doesn't sound very interesting to me. Probably don't play it. Like for Maid, who's been saying, I don't know if this doesn't sound very appealing to me. Don't play it, Maid. I mean, that's my recommendation.
Yeah, Maid, I'm pretty pumped about that because I never played Alan Wake. I missed out on it, so getting a remake is pretty dope, actually. Hopefully, it comes to PC though. Even though I have a PS5, but whatever. Oh, all right. Is that all?
It is.
All right. So let's move on to the next topic, which is also sacks, because I didn't finish a video game this month.
Yeah, I'm really sorry about this, everyone. You get 2 uninterrupted hours of me fucking talking about bullshit. This is revenge for that zombie movie.
I've only heard good things about it, about Alan Wake. So I'm pretty pumped to try it out, yeah.
Yeah, so I finished Fallout 4. I as close to 100%ed this game as you could, probably. Because the game has Radiant quests, which I did a fair amount of, but I did all of them like side quests. I got all of the companions, maxed out all of the companions, went as far into each individual faction story as I possibly could, and I did all of the DLCs so that I could give Fallout 4 the most like clear review possible. And what I will say about Fallout 4 is that I cannot call Fallout 4 a bad game, because I think in order to be a bad game, you have to do things that are like specifically wrong, that like that's terrible, you know, this is actively taking away from the experience, you know, things that are actually bad. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm talking about, right?
No, I get
there has to be enough negative aspects to a game to call a game bad for me. Otherwise, it's more like in the middle, right? The thing about Fallout 4 is I can't call it a bad game because I don't think there's enough. I mean, there's definitely some negatives to it, but I don't think there's enough negatives to call it a bad game. The other thing about Fallout 4 is that I can't call it a good game because I literally cannot think of a single nice thing to say about this game.
It's a game.
Yeah, it's oh boy, this fucking game. First off, this took me like 100 and it's actually shorter than Skyrim. I think it took me 120, 150 hours to 100% this fucker. It exists. Every nice thing I've said about Fallout 3 and New Vegas, I want you to imagine Fallout 4 just didn't do it.
Throw it out the fucking window.
Throw it out. Yeah, no, I cannot. Like, one of the things I complimented Fallout 3 and Fallout New Vegas for was quest chaining, which is the idea of which is the idea of one quest leading to the next quest, leading to the next quest, or like using visual clues to direct you to where you're supposed to go. Fallout 3 does this amazingly. Fallout New Vegas also does this amazingly, where it kind of falters sort of right when you get to New Vegas, where it starts ping-ponging around, but both of games very good at quest chaining. Fallout 4, here's how quest chaining works in Fallout 4.
Throw it out the fucking window.
You go through the opening prologue, which takes some time. You get out. It directs you to your own destroyed home. You go to your old destroyed home. You meet Codsworth. Codsworth directs you to the next town over. You go to the next town over. It's being attacked by raiders. You go in there. You meet Preston Garvey, the most hated character in all of Fallout. He doesn't deserve it. It's not his fault that Bethesda decided to link him to Radiant quest lines. Preston Garvey is a totally okay character who's tied into one of the worst mechanics I've ever seen in anything.
So far.
You get into a suit of power armor, you kill a fucking Deathclaw, and then quest chaining would say that when you are done with this encounter, Preston Garvey and the Minutemen and the people he's protecting would direct you to your next quest marker. Correct?
Yeah.
Where does Preston Garvey direct you, John?
Nowhere.
Right back to the fucking town you just went to. So you go back to the town you just went to. Start accomplishing quests there. Where does Preston Garvey then send you while you're there in this town, John? Did you guess he sends you to your fucking main quest marker? He doesn't. He sends you to a random fucking settlement. And then you ping pong around. Like, I'm not joking. It took the game less than 3 hours to get to the ping ponging stage. In fucking new Fallout 3, I don't think ever ping pongs. And then Fallout New Vegas doesn't ping pong until you are over halfway through the end of the game. If you are going for side content before main content, like you do in those other games, Fallout 4 will cause you to ping pong within the first 5 hours of gameplay. I don't know what to say. Like, it doesn't even manage to hold quest chaining down for fucking 6 hours.
Well,
it can't even chain quests for 6 hours. The game has a focus on finding and customizing guns. So you find the gun and then you customize it with parts, which sounds like it's a good system. It's a terrible fucking system. I'm going to explain why. Because I found myself is that once you own a gun, you can like customize the parts, turn it into a rifle, change the ammo type, add in different like scopes or stuff. It sounds fun to be able to craft and customize your gun parts. What it really means is you only need one copy of a gun and then a bunch of component parts to customize the gun. There's like legendary guns where that like sort of offset this, but you can just swap out the parts. So what this actually means is that once you have all of your guns customized, there is literally no reason to explore. And it gets worse than that, because in other Fallout games like New Vegas and 3, you can pick up quest objectives like early. Like if you need to get, I don't know, like a box or something from a room in New Vegas or 3, you can just grab that box early, and then when you get up to the quest, the person will be like, I need you to get this box, and you're like, here you fucking go. Not in Fallout 4. I am not joking. At first, I thought it was fucking with me, because like someone sent me to a police station. Cool, finished that quest. Then I had to go to a police station a second time, and I'm like, this police station looks very familiar. Then I had to go to the police station a third time and go, is this the same fucking police station? And then I, like, the door was locked. I came to a locked door, and I clicked on it, and it was like, you used the key. And I'm like, This is the same fucking police station. And the enemies respawn because unlike in the other games, the enemies respawn in this game, right?
They do.
And I'm not joking, I went into this police station for like 5 different quests in 5 different things, and every time I had to go in there, refight the enemies, and re-find the fucking item that either it wasn't there, or the way it presents its inventory system didn't let me fucking pick it up in the first place.
I think
like,
I know
it
which
didn't
quest
direct
you
my
were
attention.
talking about too, because I vaguely remember that when I played it. Yeah.
Oh my fucking god. It is a open world video game, which is all about exploration and like, you know, open world video games are all supposed to be all about like exploration, going places and doing your own things. And in this game, because of the fucking gun customization mechanics and the fact that the enemies almost immediately respawn and they just reshove quest markers in the same buildings over and over, I felt actively decentivized from exploration. Like in the other games, I'll be walking through a building and be like, oh, that sounds cool, I wonder what's in here, and then I'll go in there and I'll have a fun time. In Fallout 4, I see a building and I'm like, oh, I'm not going to go in there because there's no fucking point. Either there's just going to be a bunch of fucking enemies and I'll have to kill a bunch of fucking enemies, or I'll be sent there from another quest later on. Like, I genuinely felt no desire to enter buildings or anything without being directed to it by quests. Most of the quests are fucking boring as shit. Most of the quests are just go here, kill thing. Like, in the better Fallout games, because, yeah, no, spoilers, Fallout New Vegas and 3 are both way better than this fucking game. In the better Fallout games, you fucking, like, the quest will be like, talk to this person, convince him to do this shit, have this thing. Fallout 4 is, go here, kill group of enemies, go here, kill other group of enemies, go kill more group of enemy kill, all the time, yay! And, like, the improved gunplay from Fallout 4, it seems like it's great at first for, like, the first 2 hours, until it's the only thing this game has to offer is you kill a bunch of fucking enemies. And I think the number one issue with Fallout 4 came from the fucking settlement system. Which, by the way, when I say I 100%ed this fucker, I did all of the settlements. I customized them. Don't think I fucking didn't. I did do it. But it's like, because of the amount of settlements in the game, they kind of like, instead of like finding fun towns like you would have in New Vegas or 3, it's more like you get to build the fun town. And it sounds cool if there wasn't like 30 of them, and it gets really fucking, like, it got to the point where I just like threw fucking turrets around the building and just walked out. It's like, another settlement needs your help. Turret. Okay, later, fuckers. I'm done.
See you, bitches.
Yeah, like, I cared so much for, like, the first few, and then, like, it was just, like, turret, fuck this. I'm out. Fuck this shit.
That sounds like,
They take up, there's no interesting towns because they're all settlements that you're supposed to take over. I think Bunker Hill is the only one of any note, and there's nothing to do in Bunker Hill anyway. There's like 4 quests or something. I guess there's Good Neighbor and like Diamond City, and I did all of those quests, but Good Neighbor and Diamond City aren't that interesting either. Like, Good Neighbor is like, it's Drug Town, and then Diamond City is like, it's the capital. And then you, like, compare that to, like, Fallout 3 or New Vegas cities, and they're, like, 1,000 times. Like, even the worst New Vegas or Fallout 3 city is better than the best city in fucking Fallout 4. Because there's only, like, 2 of them!
No, that was a lot of people's, like, gripes with that game. When I played it, I had the same, like, feeling. I was like, this game is really boring. And I played all the way through it, and I skipped all the DLC. And so I never 100%ed it because I don't have the tend to spend 100% in most games. So, well, this is Mega Man X2 because I can do that in like 40 minutes. So
it reminds me of a saying that a friend of mine once said, which is that, like, it was about Skyrim, which is Skyrim has the width of an ocean, but the depth of a puddle. Except Fallout 4 doesn't even have the width of an ocean. It's just like it's like a small sea.
It's a sandbox.
Yeah, but it still has the depth of a puddle. Actually, it has less depth than Skyrim. Yeah, the perk system, here's the thing about the way the perk system works is that that's Total Biscuit. Then he was quoting Total Biscuit. The perk system for Fallout 4 makes sense on paper. Like they wanted to get rid of skills so that you could take different individual abilities, and I think it would work great, better than the skill system from the original systems, just like the creators of Fallout 4 said it would, if they implemented it with any sense of fucking competency. Because the way the other games work, they have like skills, and then like every 2 levels or every 1 level, you get to pick a perk. In Fallout 4, you just get to pick a perk every level, and that takes the place of your skills. But the problem is, in almost no cases, I can probably count on one hand the number of times the perk I chose had any effect on anything that wasn't combat or settlements. I think there were only 3 dialogue choices ever that ever used what perk I chose in dialogue. And it was almost always robotics expert, I think.
Yeah.
I think once it was science, and I think the other 2 times it was robotics expert. And keep in mind, I 100%ed this game.
Oh, there are no perks in that game yet.
So like so you end up feeling like nothing you're doing matters. Like, that's the big thing about Fallout 4. I feel like nothing I did mattered. I felt like exploration was pointless, looting was pointless, leveling up was pointless. The enemies are... let's talk about the difficulty I played at this game on. I started on normal just like I did New Vegas. But then I thought normal was too easy, so I went over to very hard. But then I ran out of ammo while fighting on very hard. So I went back to normal. But then I was still low on ammo, so I went to very easy. But then I got my ammo back. So then I went back to very hard. And then I got really bored of how bullet spongy the enemies were. They weren't, like, dangerous or anything. I got so bored fighting them from how many shots of fucking, like, gunfire they took to the head that I got bored and then turned it back to normal. And then probably, like, 30 hours into the game, I was bored of normal because the enemies were still fucking bullet sponges. So I set it all the way back to very easy because I was so bored I just wanted the fucking enemies to die faster.
That's fair.
And I think it really speaks to the issues of Fallout 4. If the issue I took the difficulty away from very hard from, wasn't that it was very hard, it was because I was bored.
This sucks.
If the reason I'm dropping my difficulty is boredom, you've probably fucked up somewhere in your difficulty slider. There's a harder difficulty called Survival, which I would have played on because it did sound interesting. I think it had like the food or drink mechanics and stuff that I used for like New Vegas for hardcore mode, but it's tied to a difficulty, so it would have been, I think, like very hard, but then with the additional survival mechanics, there's no fast travel. That would have been cool. I didn't fast travel for like the first 50 hours of this game anyway. And just like I didn't with New Vegas. The issue that prevented me from ever trying survival difficulty is it states that you can only save when you sleep. This is a Bethesda game.
Who sleeps?
I'm not an idiot. I'm not going to select that option. The game will break. And it did at parts, and I had to use console commands to fucking fix it. As for the story of the game, you get frozen in a fucking icicle. You have to go save your son. The first time I was super invested in role-playing, and I was like a mom, and I felt like the fucking wind went out from underneath my sails when I actually found Sean, because then I felt like I had to join the Institute. Ugh, excuse me. This time, I did as much as possible in all factions, so I ended up with a Minuteman ending. Let me say, I said the story was okay, pretty decent when I played it the first time. Nope. Nope, it sucks. I was wrong. It's bad. It fucking sucks. I hate all of the factions. I still hate the Brotherhood of Steel. No, I don't. You'll never make me like the Brotherhood of Steel. Kind of came around on the Railroad. Minutemen for life. Honestly, genuinely, if I wasn't trying to complete as much of the game as possible, I still would have went for Institute. I just kind of like the Institute more than everyone else in this game. But anyway, real quick, popping into the DLC. Vault-Tec Workshop. You get to perform Vault-Tec experiments on a group of people. It's kind of entertaining, and you get a lot of interesting settlement items that let you like boost up your happiness for your settlement really high. Kind of decent, kind of cool to be the mad scientist for once. Mechanist is a DLC that basically a bunch of robots are attacking people in the Commonwealth. And you have to like find the Mechanist and put a stop to them. What this actually turns out to is a bunch of search and destroy quests where you find robot, kill robot, find robot, kill robot, find robot, kill robot. Hey, we found the Mechanist. Find Mechanist, kill Mechanist.
Yeah.
And then if you don't kill the Mechanist, you don't kill the Mechanist, she gives you a bunch of radiant quest lines. Do you want to guess what those quest lines are, John?
What are they?
Find robot, kill robot. Find robot, kill robot. Find robot, kill robot. I'm not even joking. I remember when I played Fallout 4 the first time, I did the Mechanist DLC and thought it was so fucking terrible that I just stopped. I literally just uninstalled the game after doing it. I also remember that when I did it the first time, I hit a bug with the Mechanist where the final boss just glitched out, and I had to try several times to like get it to work properly in order to like finish the DLC in general. Like console commands wouldn't save it. The only possibility was reloading, right?
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, it's been a few years from that, so I got to the Mechanist fight, and I hit the same glitch!
Still not fixed.
It wasn't fixed! I did it like 5 times! Oh, God. Fuck. Anyway, Far Harbor. I'm going to put a silly question I put on YouTube, but I can't remember. Far Harbor. Nick Valentine, like the best character in the whole game.
He is
like,
the best character, yeah.
He's like the best character. Like him and Curie are the only characters I think I liked. But like Nick Valentine directs you to, and remember I did all of the companion quests, all of them, and I maxed out all of their affections. So I was thorough. You follow Nick Valentine's radio. You have to look for a girl who thought she was a synth who goes to this town called Far Harbor, which is being attacked by a bunch of nuclear mist. You find some cultists. You find a synth workshop, and you get to like delve into the mysterious memories of Nick Valentine's brother. Far Harbor. Can we collectively launch mini nukes at Piper? You know what? I'm glad, because a lot of people seem to like Piper. Like, I'm with Pache. I don't fucking like Piper.
Yeah.
It doesn't help that Piper was the fucking character that glitched in my first Fallout 4 playthrough that caused me to like work on the game for like 4 hours before I managed to get into Diamond City.
Fair enough.
Far Harbor is, this is crazy to say, good. It's the only good part of the entire game. Unfortunately, it's only like 10 hours long or something. It's like they tried to like redo like Point Lookout from Fallout 3 and just did it better, and they do it better. Like the quest lines are more interesting. There's more interesting character. There's a character called the Mariner in Fallout 4, which is legitimately the best quest line in the entire game, where you find out like this woman is having to like take care of all of the people of like Far Harbor, like all of the humans that aren't like in the crazy Atom cult, and like everyone's kind of like treating her like shit, but she's also dying, so you have to go through her own internal struggle about whether she really wants to help these people or not, or just go out on her own and like live her own final days in peace while she also tries to like formulate a legacy. Best fucking quest line in the whole game. Far Harbor is good, though. It's not great, and it's not better than the best parts of Fallout 3 or Fallout New Vegas. But it is good. But just Far Harbor is. Anyway, yeah, there's some interesting moral dilemmas at the end of the game, at the end of the DLC too. So that's cool. Also, interesting setting aesthetically, like the heavy fog and the sort of like bayou swamp areas with the big old monsters in the mist. Kind of interesting. And then you get to Nuka World, which I was fucking dreading getting into Nuka World, because are you familiar with Nuka World?
I've never played it.
Okay, here's the idea of Nuka World. You know how you spend the entire game building up settlements for the Minutemen?
Yeah.
Well, in Nuka World, you join the Raiders, which causes you to get ostracized from the Minutemen, and then you need to destroy the settlements you've already created for these Raiders.
Okay.
Which means, in order to do Nuka World, you need to undo the work you already did.
Well, that sounds terrible.
What a great idea!
Hey, remember the time you spend on these settlements? Well, guess what? Fuck you. Throw it out the window.
Yeah, there's also a really annoying part where right in the beginning you have to kill a dude in power armor and they give you a water gun. And your character's like, hey, I killed this dude in power armor. And then every time you ever mention it, everyone's like, hey, you would have died if it wasn't for the guy that gave you a water gun. And I'm like, what? Fuck you. I'd like to see you kill that guy without with a fucking water gun. You know what's more annoying? What was extra annoying to me than this, John?
What?
They give you a water gun and they tell you it's impossible to kill the guy without the water gun. I had a fucking Tesla gun and I just shot it into his fucking brain and he died. I didn't even need the water gun. I literally didn't use the water gun. But the game refused to recognize that fact. And they kept talking to me like I'd used the water gun the entire time. It was so fucking frustrating that everyone was being an asshole because I used a water gun I didn't use. Anyway, Nuka World, you have to like communicate with the gang, with the raiders that live there. There's 3 groups. They give you different like radiant quest lines that are stupid and boring, and they're just go here, kill enemy. Are you fucking detecting a pattern with this piece of shit?
The entire game.
I'm getting madder at this game as I'm talking about it.
Normal.
But another part of the quest line is you have to go to the individual areas of like Nuka World, and you have to unlock the park and like some. And can I be honest?
Yes.
It's actually kind of fun. I know it's the least popular DLC because of the settlement things, but it's actually kind of fun to go to the different areas of the parks and like there's one where you meet like this Tarzan dude who it lives with a family of gorillas, and there's like one park where it's like a fucking hellscape filled with ghouls and you fight a magician man.
All right.
I actually thought it was pretty enjoyable. You can mix custom Nuka-Cola. Yeah, I actually thought it was. I thought like unlocking the various parts of the park were actually kind of fun. And then at the end, you have to undo all of your hard work by giving up raider settlements. But I knew about this ahead of time, so I did Nuka World literally after I did everything else in the game, because I figured if Nuka World is the last thing I do in the game, it doesn't matter that I undid all my hard work.
I mean, that makes sense, yeah.
It's the last thing I've done in the game. But on the other hand, you could use that as an example of fucking terrible, shit-ass, bad game design, because that means that there's no point in doing it, and all of the rewards you get are useless. If you have to work around it by doing it at literally the tail end of everything else you've done, you probably made a shit-ass system. I think it's designed for fucking roleplay purposes, but like they couldn't have thought of any better way to integrate this into the storyline. Fuck it.
No.
God. Fallout 4 is made by a bunch of incompetent dumbasses.
Can't wait for Starfield.
Anyway, yeah, so then you like kill one of the raider groups and then you unlock the park and it's like, yay, you did it. Oh, and speaking of, there's a lot of shit that's like locked behind actually finishing the entire DLC. Like there's a special suit of power armor. I cheated to get it. I just fucking toggled collision.
I mean, as you should, yeah.
I finished the quest properly, don't get me wrong. I didn't just toggle collision, got in the power armor, and then walked out. I toggle collision, got the shards I needed to get the power armor, then finished that quest, then walked out with the power armor the right way. But I would like... It's so fucking obnoxious that there's like, oh, you can finish this little shit once you're done with the DLC. Just give it to me. Just fucking give it to me right now. Outer Worlds is better. Outer Worlds is better, yeah.
I played a little bit of it. I haven't played it all the way through yet, though.
Anyway, yeah, the DLC is for Nuka World. The first half is fun, the second half is dumb. And anyway, then at the end, I finished the quest line where I shot all the raiders in the head. I think my character is the most neurotic motherfucker on the planet. All right, well, now that I've created a raider empire, I'm going to kill everyone.
Yeah, sounds about right.
Then I killed everyone. And yeah, that is Fallout 4. I had one more thing to say about Fallout 4. Oh, yeah, here's a little production note that I heard about Fallout 4. The head of like creating like the lore and like text files for like Fallout 4, you know, the story parts of it, according to an interview, said that he didn't want to add a bunch of lore to like Fallout 4 because most players will ignore it or invent their own. So the reason the game is so light on story elements is because it was an active choice of the development team because they thought people would either make their own story or just ignore the story entirely, and they didn't see the point in making it.
I
Which
mean,
shows
they're not wrong.
that they understood their audience so fucking little. John, it's an RPG. What do you mean they're not wrong?
I don't read.
It's an RPG, John. It's an RPG they intentionally didn't make a story for. Dark Souls has a story.
It does. I can confirm that. It does have a story. A story
This
that makes
game
sense? Maybe. Maybe not.
might not have anything bad, like too bad about it. Obviously, there's definitely bad things about it, but there is nothing good about Fallout 4. And I think that might be more damning.
So is that a player pass?
That's a fucking pass.
All right.
Go play New Vegas.
do anything else.
Yeah, keep in mind, I liked 3 better than New Vegas. 3 is such a pain in the ass to get running that if you want to play a Fallout, go play New Vegas. Like, I hear 1 and 2 are good. They also don't play anything like the 3D ones. Just go play New Vegas.
They are all on Game Pass if anyone does want to play them. Yes, Fallout 76 was awful. I also played it at launch, so. Yeah, I played Fallout 4 when it came out. I got to the end of the game and never picked it up again.
Oh, I will never play this. I got stressed out. I've genuinely felt like my health problems got worse while playing this game. I hated it so much.
Fair enough. So that's a pass from Zach.
That's a hard pass. I cannot say any nice thing about it.
All right, next stream we're playing Fallout 4.
Just you.
just me. It would be interesting to go back to a Fallout. I haven't played a Bethesda game in.
Oh, that's one thing I have to say about like Fallout 4 and shit is I've been seeing people say that like Bethesda is terrible and every game Bethesda's ever made is terrible. And I think it's like a corruption from like Fallout 4 and like 76 and shit. A lot of people like Skyrim. That game is also terrible, but I would argue that like don't let Bethesda's current shittiness distract you from the fact that no, Bethesda did used to make good games. Like Morrowind has some issues with it, but there's still some interesting story elements to it. And Oblivion is probably still a great game. Fallout 3 is still good. Like don't let the new Bethesda games poison your mind. Yes, it's true. Bethesda hasn't made a good game in 10 years, but that doesn't mean they've never made a good game.
Shout out to Starfield coming out next year.
Is that a Bethesda game?
Yeah, it's their Skyrim in space. It's like Skyrim, but in space. If anyone gets that reference, I'll give you 10,000 tokens.
What?
If anyone gets that reference, I'll give. They did make Wolfenstein, yes.
The original 3D?
Oh, well, it was id that made Wolfenstein, right? I think it was id. So Space Rim Job? What? I don't know what that is.
I actually own Fallout 2, by the way. I own 1 and 2.
I subvertly own it because I have a Game Pass and they're all on Game Pass.
Oh, no, I bought them on Steam.
Shout out to Game Pass for just being
awesome. Play them eventually. I considered doing like Fallout 1 next podcast, excuse me, but then I did Yakuza instead.
Sounds like you made the better choice.
I don't know. I hear Fallout 1 and 2 are actually good games.
Aren't they like RTSs or some shit? Like what kind of games are they?
I
don't know. I don't remember.
I don't think they're RTSs, but they're like top-down sort of like old school dungeon siege.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
Oh, I got Fallout 1 and 2 and like Brotherhood of Steel for like $3. So not each together.
Yeah, it's not bad at all.
Yeah.
There's a contest for Game Pass Ultimate for life right now. I should enter for that because boy, am I tired of paying $15 a month for that. Even though I don't really need the Xbox Live, but
turn-based isometric, yeah.
Yeah, I'm just lazy. All right, that's it for Fallout.
Yeah.
All right. So moving right along. It's my topic. We're gonna talk about. I want to talk about fucking Spider-Man No Way Home trailer because it's been finally released, and I want to talk about it. So I haven't
It
talked
looks
about
good.
it yet. It looks really fucking good. Look at Alfred Molina. Look at him. That man is 60, almost 70 years old, and they de-aged the fuck out of him. Look at that hair. Look at that fucking hair.
Yeah, that's the makeup and computer.
I love it. I fucking love it. What is this movie about? Well, Peter asked Doctor Strange to make sure that nobody remembers his identity. So, spoilers if anyone hasn't seen Far From Home. It's been out for 2 years. I don't give a shit. Mysterio reveals Spider-Man's identity to be Peter Parker, the man we know and love, Tom Holland himself, which is, in my opinion, the best Peter Parker and Spider-Man. People will argue that, but
I really like Tobey Maguire.
I like Tobey a lot.
I prefer Tobey.
I prefer Tobey's Peter, but I think as an overall, he's the best of both worlds. He's the best Spider-Man and best Peter. Because like people will say like, oh, Tobey's the best Peter, Andrew's the best Spider-Man, but Tom Holland, he's the best of both, man. Yeah.
I didn't like Andrew Garfield's portrayal of Spider-Man.
We'll get to that. Don't worry.
Okay.
We'll get to that. But anyways, yeah, this trailer came out. It broke records around the world. I am incredibly excited to see this. It's Sony's worst kept secret because we all know that the Homecoming was bad. What? What do you mean Homecoming?
Yeah, I wouldn't go so far as to say it was bad. I didn't think it was that good. People talked about it like it was great, but I think it's just because everyone loves Spider-Man.
Yeah, I liked Far From Home better than Homecoming.
Oh yeah,
but I liked Michael Keaton a lot of that. Yeah. I agree with that, mate. Yeah. If Iron Man wasn't like a crutch that they had to lean on, it would have been a much better movie. That's why I think I like Far From Home better because spoilers, but Iron Man's dead in that time. By that time, so you don't have that. I mean, like obviously there's a little bit of him because they're like Peter's like I miss him. He was kind of like my dad, you know. But yeah, this movie's shaping up to be something special because you know you got your Doctor Strange. There's Green Goblin in it. Played by what's his fucking name? Jesus Christ. What the fucking Willem Dafoe. That's it. Yeah.
They literally just brought back the actors.
Yeah. Which is fucking great because I love Willem Dafoe in fucking anything. Like that man is a fantastic fucking actor in everything I've seen. I can't name a movie that I've seen. I'm like, this guy is just bad. He's great in any. If you've seen The Lighthouse, which is one of the best fucking, like one of the best fucking movies of of the last couple years, like cinematography wise, he's fucking amazing. Aquaman I didn't see because fuck DC movies if they don't interest me in the least bit. I'm like, fuck Aquaman mostly.
Aquaman's actually a decent movie.
Who's next? Topher Grace? They are not bringing back Topher Grace.
Unfortunately, Amber Heard's in it, but
fair enough.
What you gonna do? Art from the artist and all that.
Yeah. So according to many leak sources, because this is again Sony's worst kept secret, the Sinister Six will be in the movie, which consists of Green Goblin, which is Willem Dafoe, Doc Ock, Alfred Molina, Jamie Foxx's Electro, allegedly Sandman is in it. And then you have the Lizard from the Amazing Spider-Man movies with Reese Ifrins or whatever his name is, the guy from Little Nicky. Joker was pretty good. It's hard to believe it's a DC movie, to be honest.
But I also think Joker was fucking terrible.
Joker was overhyped. I think it's like a fine movie. I don't think it's like anything too spectacular.
I think it was fucking aimless and didn't have a point it was trying to make.
But money.
Oh. Yeah, blood money.
Yeah. So yeah, it's rumored to be Sinister Six, and it's also rumored. I'm gonna put hard quotes on that Andrew Garfield and Tobey Maguire are both in this movie, and also you have your Benedict Cumberbatch's Benedict Crinklebun. Well, I don't remember his name. As Doctor Strange as well, who helps Peter erase the memories of people knowing that he's Spider-Man, which turns out some wacky consequences, which seems to be a subvert of the Spider-Verse. Go watch.
I had an ex that was really fucking horny for Benedict Cumberbatch.
I mean, who's not?
Fair, I guess.
Have you ever seen him do his green screen and mocap work for Schmogue?
I literally haven't. No.
Watch it. If that doesn't get you wet, I don't know what will.
Okay.
It's one of my favorite behind the scene videos.
All right. I better go watch it and get a real wet bussy.
You that bussy will be wet. I'm telling you.
Okay. It better be.
It's literally my favorite behind the scenes video ever, just because like he gets so into it doing the mocap and the voice. It's fucking the greatest thing ever. Also a shout out to him being fantastic at voice acting, because his episode of What If, which I will talk about What If when it's done airing, was this Wednesday, and it's the best episode so far. It's ridiculous. Go watch it if you haven't. Sack, I will only say fuck you if you wear Benedict Cumberbatch. Jesus. I would do it.
I will neither confirm nor deny that conversation has occurred.
I'm gonna confirm it for him. Cold Up Apocalypse.
It was John. John was the X. Now you know the dark secret.
T. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to this movie. This might be, other than the other movie I'm going to talk about today, my pick of best superhero of the year, movie of the year. Which in a year like this, there's been a couple. I mean, you got Venom coming up, which I'm gonna go see it. I'm not super pumped about. Black Widow, I already gave my review on that. Also Shang-Chi, which I will talk about later. Then you got Eternals and Spider-Man at the end of the year, which I think is a good, proper way to end the year. But that's really all we got this year, so we'll see. Next year, we got a whole bunch of shit. So we got a new Thor movie. We got a new Doctor Strange movie. We got a whole bunch of shit. We got Morbius, that movie that I keep forgetting about is a real thing with Jared Leto.
Oh my god, yeah, that's right. That is a real thing,
yeah.
Isn't it?
That was supposed to come out last summer, yeah. I believe it's pushed until February or January or some shit. I think it's February, yeah, because normally, if they don't care about a movie, they'll dump it in January, because who cares about January, to be honest. But yeah, if you haven't seen the trailer, go watch it. It's a really good trailer. It raises a lot of questions, but due to the internet being the internet, the questions are probably already answered. So that's
yeah.
What were you saying?
No, nothing.
No. What were you gonna say?
No, because I can wait until Shang-Chi to talk about it.
Fair enough. Okay. I guess we can move right along.
Yeah.
Which is okay, cool, and we're gonna talk about the Amazing Spider-Man, because I watched this movie. For no, the lady wanted to watch it, so I was like, you know what, I'll watch it because I can talk about it on the podcast.
I watched it in high school, literally inside of the high school. It was showed by a teacher.
Bleh. This movie fucking sucks.
I also was part of a survey about trailer excitement, and this was one of the trailers they showed before the movie came out.
What? Amazing Spider-Man?
Amazing Spider-Man. Mm-hmm.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
I was paid to react to the trailer of this movie while it was coming out.
My apologies.
Before it came out.
I'm sure you were pretty bored, because I remember that trailer not being that great. Yeah, this movie fucking sucks. I hate Peter and Gwen. I hate it in this movie. I hate it in the one that follows it. I fucking hate Peter and Gwen's relationship in these movies. It's fucking awkward. It's terrible. It sucks. Andrew Garfield by no means is a bad actor. He's not. He's not a bad actor. In these movies, I don't know what Mark Webb was fucking thinking. I don't know what AVA over at Sony was thinking. But yeah, it's too god. Yeah, I've seen this movie more than once. I don't think I talked about Amazing Spider-Man 2. Did I on the podcast? I know I watched it like a couple months ago.
Do not believe so. Are we talking about it as well? I was actually going to ask, is that included?
Oh, I'll just talk about it anyway. So I watched it like a couple months ago on Shitty Movie Sunday, which is a subvert of Shitty Game Sunday, which I do at work on slow days. I'll watch shitty movies. Content. Yeah, fuck this. Fuck everything about this movie. Fuck everything about the second movie. These movies are not good. Anyone that defends this movie at all, or if they defend the second one, they're probably high on cocaine or crack or meth
I
or something.
think I've seen one person ever defend the second one, and I think it was literally just the final fight scene.
No, okay. No. That fight scene is awful. It's terrible. The only good thing that comes out of that fight is Gwen fucking dies. Because it's an homage to the comics, but yes. But also, I fucking hate her character.
No. It might have been Jamie Foxx's Electro.
I don't mind his Electro. That's why I'm not...
Might have been that.
I'm not upset he's coming back. I'm upset the way they're
remembering a review.
I also hate the way he looks. I hate the blue thing they do to him. It looks stupid. I'm sorry. I don't like it.
Look great in the comics, to be fair. He's just wearing fishnets.
Yeah, but I love it.
Do you imagine how stupid it would look if we put him in actual fishnets?
I like if anyone's played the Spider-Man PS4 game, I like that Electro look. I think that's the perfect Electro look. He has the kind of suit thing. He doesn't look cheesy. Doesn't have the masks that looks like a starfish. Shocker wore fishnets. That is true, yeah.
Oh, I'm getting Electro mixed up with Shocker.
Everyone does. It's pretty common.
I have apparently been getting Electro mixed up with Shocker I'm sorry, when did Amazing Spider-Man 2 come out?
2016?
No, before 7 years.
2014, yeah. So yeah, because 2016 is when Civil War came out, and they got Spider-Man right finally.
Oh, okay, that's not a terrible design. I don't really like it, but it's not a terrible design, I guess.
Which one?
The PS4 Shocker.
Yeah, I don't mind. I think like that, for a cinematic standpoint, that would be a
yeah. I mean, it's not good, but it's fine. It's better than the comics.
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah. But yeah, fuck Gwen Stacy. I'm glad that Spider-Man killed her. I'm also glad that these movies didn't continue, because if they would have had a third movie and you thought the second movie was a pile of shit, the third movie would have been fucking just the worst, and they would have butchered Sinister Six. Yeah, they would have butchered Sinister Six, and we wouldn't have got this No Way Home trailer that we did, because they wouldn't have had the balls to be like, well, we're gonna do Sinister Six again. So thank goodness for the third movie never coming out. So cinematic hyperdiarrhea, basically.
Well, it's also the only reason we got Spider-Man in the MCU is because these movies just did so bad.
Yeah, it's a weird lightning star, yeah. Made his costume, and well, I don't have enough cash for a costume, but I have these pantyhose. I mean, you're not wrong.
That would make him such a more interesting character.
Yeah, the only thing I can say...
Why does he have pantyhose?
Yeah,
I'm more invested in him now than I was before.
Fair enough.
Just by that one line.
Yeah, the only thing I can say good came out of these movies was the fact that Marvel got to make their own version of Spider-Man, and it's good. And it's led to team-ups too, which I always like. Oh, I like the team-up stuff. Civil War was a great introduction for the new Spider-Man. I do enjoy Homecoming. I do think it could use less Iron Man, like most movies. But Iron Man's dead now, so we don't have to worry about him anymore. Even though he still gets brought up almost every movie. Punch him through a clothing store. But it's led to something that's even better now, and the fact that we can also bring back some of the characters that because I don't mind the Lizard. I think his design was fucking terrible, but I think Rhys Ifans did a really good job with the character and the going into the madness like he does in the comic books. I just think the Lizard design looks like shit. Same thing with Electro. I thought Jamie Foxx was actually pretty decent too, but the design looks like shit. Well, they gave him the lab coat at the end of the movie, but it was very briefly, which I thought was kind of annoying. And give him the purple fucking pants, okay? I don't give a fuck if it looks stupid. Give him the purple fucking pants, okay? You gave Hulk pants. Give the goddamn Lizard some fucking pants. I don't want to see his lizard dick. I don't want to see a nub that doesn't have anything like a fucking Ken doll. I want to see some purple goddamn pants on it. The goddamn fucking lab coat. And I want to see a scaly face. Not like a fucking whatever it was in this movie. It looked... Oh, God, it's bad. So bad. And don't even get me started on Green Goblin in the second one, because they... how do you not get these things right? Don't make Harry the Green Goblin right away. It's Norman Osborn. Why would you kill off Norman Osborn, one of the quintessential characters of Spider-Man's ethos? It doesn't make sense. I hate fucking these movies. They're terrible. You seem concerned.
Green Goblin was in The Amazing Spider-Man.
The second one.
He was?
Right? It's because it's so fucking forgettable. He's the one
I'm sorry. I was gonna make a really crass lizard dick joke, but then I got so fucking distracted.
Yeah. They made Harry Dane DeHaan into Green Goblin, which they already basically did in fucking Spider-Man 3 with James Franco in the new Goblin, which
yeah, that's what I thought you were talking about at first, but then you talked about like Electro, and I'm like, whoa, hold up, what?
Yeah, there was technically again 3 villains, and Marvel Studios have proven that you can do 3 villains in a movie and get it right, but Sony did it twice now and butchered it twice.
What Marvel movie has 3 villains?
I mean, technically Infinity War would, because you have like the Black Order and stuff.
I think we're stretching it for Infinity War, though.
I mean, there's technically 2 in Homecoming,
which we didn't like.
I mean, I like it.
Okay.
Yeah, well, Rhino. Yeah, Rhino was also in that one.
Yeah, it seems like a 1 villain affair. I honestly couldn't think of a 2 villain movie.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like normally there's side villains and stuff. I guess you would say like Crossbones in Civil War, and stuff like that.
Who?
The guy that gets blown up in the beginning of the movie.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But yeah, so like, yeah, thank God these movies exist because now we have a better version of Spider-Man, and I guess they've learned from their mistakes. Big ups to Tom Holland for keeping Spider-Man in the MCU with his drum call to Sony a couple years back. Fuck these movies. I hate them. Yeah, I would say like I hope I never have to watch them again, but I know that I'm a masochist and I'll watch them again. Because that's what I do. I just watch shitty movies. Also, Spider-Man 3 is bad, but it's not as bad as everyone says.
I didn't think it was terrible.
It's not terrible.
I've been very young when I watched it, so I don't know.
So when
the
it came
game
out,
was pretty decent though.
The game's really good, yeah. Pizza time. You can just deliver pizza, bro. There's a speed run for Spider-Man 2 that's called Pizza %. Where it's just speedrunning the pizza minigame. It's ridiculous.
That's fine. There's a Nips % in Mario Odyssey, I think.
Yeah. But yeah, Spider-Man 3 isn't that bad. The Sam Raimi trilogy still holds up, especially the first 2. They hold up very well. Spider-Man 3 isn't that bad if you look past some of the bullshit, and it's not Sam Raimi's fault because it was literally AVA. Rather, it's like we need to put Venom in this, and he was like, no.
I don't remember that, and I wish I did.
Interesting.
I wish I remembered what she was talking about. I really do. That sounds amazing.
If I could recommend, don't watch this movie unless you really want to. But I will say Andrew Garfield, like I said, the best Spider-Man. Tobey Maguire is the best Peter Parker. But I personally think Tom Holland is the best of both worlds. He has the Peter Parker persona and he has the Spider-Man persona. Whereas like Tobey Maguire, like when he was Spider-Man, it was like Spider-Man needs his quips, and Tobey would land those quips, but it just sounds awkward coming from Tobey Maguire. Whereas like at least in the Spider-Man movies, like Andrew Garfield would do his Peter Parker stuff, and he's just a whiny fucking bitch the entire time. Like he's just whiny, and he cares. Like fuck Gwen Stacy, okay? Who cares? Like Emma Stone, like yeah, she's a very pretty girl, but Emma Stone looks better with red hair. Let's be real. Come on. And you like I know they didn't like Mary Jane was supposed to be in the second one. She ended up not being in the second one because they're like there's too much in this movie already. Yeah, no shit. Yeah, Tom Holland's Spider-Man blends Peter with Spider-Man very well. Exactly. I agree with that 100%.
I don't remember these characters, and I so wish I did.
What characters?
The Arsenic Candy Girls.
But yeah, if I could rate this movie, I'd give it a 4 out of 10. Because what it does, it nails like the Lizard story very well. But Lizard looks like shit. I hate his Peter Parker. I hate Gwen Stacy. I love Dennis Leary in this movie. Like he is fantastic as her dad. It sucks that they killed him off so quickly. It makes sense plot wise, I guess. But I really hate that he's gone because he was like one of the redeeming factors of the movie, except for when he's just just shooting the lizard with a shotgun. Like he shoots like 10 rounds of this motherfucker. He's like, go fix the thing, and he's just shooting with a shotgun. Like, bro, he can auto regenerate. Like you see it happening. You're just gonna blast him, and it's not slowing him down. But if it wasn't for the lizard's shitty design and the awkward Peter Parker choices and the romance that they had to just shoehorn in, yeah. Because I mean, like they do a romance in Homecoming, but it's more like he's in high school and he's kind of just like, I want to go to the homecoming with a girl, but then he's like, I got to be Spider-Man instead of being with the girl. But this movie's like, I want to be with the girl, and also I'm Spider-Man.
You know what I never understood about superhero movies?
What?
Why don't they, like, I know why they don't, but why don't they take a superhero and then they only do they take their like famous best storylines and then they do those.
Exactly. It's no Peter and Jane. Yeah.
Like they don't do any of the other bullshit that they do in the superhero movies. Like you imagine if they just like treated comic adaptions like they treat like novel adaptions.
Yeah. Well, see, that's the thing. Like, I understand why they don't do it because, like, honestly, well, money number one.
That's why they don't do it. But
like
money and production meddling from stockholders.
Yeah. So, and it's also because, like, if they would have like Civil War, for instance, like if they would have beat by beat Civil War, like people like you and
it would be a better movie.
It would have been a better movie, but people like you and I would know the entire plot already.
So, have you never watched it? Okay, you're the wrong person to ask. I was gonna say, have you never watched the movie adaptation of a novel you've read?
Stand By Me.
Then there you go.
Yeah, but it's basically beat by beat. And so is Outsiders. And Romeo and Juliet.
Fucking watched it anyway, right?
Yeah, I've loved those movies.
Yeah,
I love them. But see, that's the thing, though. Like, the thing about Marvel Studio movies that I enjoy so much is that I know generally what could happen in the movie, but there's still the surprises in the actual movie for me. Like, case in point with Infinity War and Endgame. I know the story of Thanos. I've read a good majority of his like comics and stuff like that, and like the Avengers comics. I had no idea what was going to happen in Civil War or Infinity War, except for obviously it was going to end with a snap, because why wouldn't it, right? Why'd you block Cunt? Anyways, it's same thing with Endgame. Endgame was with the movie that I've guessed about the most in my entire life, because obviously the hero is going to win at the end, but how are they going to do it? Obviously, how to do something with time travel or alternate realities type thing. But how they got there surprised me the most when I saw the movie. If it were like a beat by beat to, say, the Infinity Gauntlet comic from the 90s run, like the Jim Starlin run, where they go just meet him on the moon, he turns Wolverine into rubber, blah, blah, blah. Like, yeah, that would have been fucking awesome to see, but I would have been like, well, I kind of seen this, you know what I mean? Yeah, Spider-Man 2, they adapted, Spider-Man No More. Yeah, that's the one, yeah.
Yes, I did mean similar to Killing Joke. Well, no, so here's the thing, though. When you go to watch an adaptation, the people who have already seen it are going in knowing what to expect.
Yeah.
Like, that's my point, though. Like, whenever you hear someone, you, like... The argument of like, oh, it wouldn't be as surprising. You don't fucking want that when you're going in for an adaptation. As someone who has read a bunch of books and seen a bunch of adaptations of those books, there is nothing worse than going into an unfaithful adaptation.
Yeah. See,
I mean, just for anyone who's ever read The Lightning Thief, have you seen the Lightning Thief movie?
Well, Percy Jackson, right?
Checkmate.
I've never seen it, yeah. I feel like when you watch an adaptation, it's a lot better viewing wise when you watch it from a novel, because comics already do so well of showing you the world or around the characters. Yeah.
Well, what I'm saying is, no one who's already watched something goes into an adaptation not expecting it to be the thing they watched.
Yeah.
Like you wouldn't. It's not a strong argument to say like, oh, I would already know everything that happened. Yeah, so what? You go in that knowing you know what's going to happen. You go in there as part of the viewing experience.
No, yeah, and I agree.
And
Yeah.
talking about saying that it's better because comics have a visual aspect really doesn't hold up too well either, because that's exactly how anime works. Anime is just a commercial for a manga most of the time, or a visual, or a light novel, or a visual novel, or a video game, which also already have visual aspects.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I just
No, I'm not saying you can't create original storylines, but when you see shit like Zack Snyder's, not Zack Snyder's, the original like Justice League movie,
Yeesh.
just fucking copy and paste. How did you fuck it up that hard? And another thing is, like, I'm not necessarily saying one for one adaptions. What I am saying is that hindsight is 2020. Like, could you imagine like trying to do the Clone Saga but then not fucking it up?
Oh god, that would be really good actually.
Yeah, like the Clone Saga, but good. You know, like they saw, like you can look back at something, see where it went wrong, start your adaptation, and then fix that shit. Is my point.
Yeah, but then you get stuff like the Death Note live action stuff, and
I
also Willem Dafoe.
Well, no, that's my exact point.
Okay.
Copy and paste. How do you fuck it up? They fucked it up by not copying and pasting.
Oh no, they did 100%. Also, Willem Dafoe is great as Ryuk in that area. That's his name, right? The Shinigami. I can't remember. It's been a while since I've seen Death Note. But yeah. So that's all I got to talk about. So like I said, a 4. Yeah, watch it. It's like that. That's the thing with the Amazing Spider-Man. Like the villains are pretty good. But that's about it. Except for it's pretty good live action Death Note.
I actually did watch that movie. The Japanese one. Yep. Yeah, I've seen it. I've seen it and its sequel, Elle Saves the World.
I was watching.
They're okay.
Yeah.
The anime is better, but they're not terrible. They're not unwatchable.
Fair. So I think that's all I got to talk about. That was a good Spider-Man block. So wait for my fucking reaction review to that movie. I'm just saying. And Ghostbusters.
Obviously, yeah.
Yeah. All right, let's move it right along to Shang-Chi and the Legend of the Ten Rings. This movie just came out, so I'm not going to spoil it.
A movie created to pander to China that got banned in China.
Did it really?
Yeah.
No. It's great. I will say, this is the first movie with subtitles that I've seen in the movie theater.
Oh, did it actually have subtitles?
There's
like the whole way through?
A lot of Chinese in this movie. Like more than I expect. Like, I expected there to be some, but there was a fair amount of subtitles in this movie. Like the first, I want to say 15, 20 minutes were just strictly in Chinese, yeah. Which I thought was pretty cool and like a good choice on the director's part and Marvel's part, because like the first 15, 20 minutes are set back in like the old days China, and then they kind of like go fast forward to like the 90s.
The old days refers to when?
I don't know. Well, he's 1,000 years old, so
okay.
Yeah, when Wu, aka the Mandarin, which he doesn't call himself the Mandarin in the movie, which I think was a fantastic.
Because they fucked up the Mandarin in like Iron Man 3 or something.
Kinda, yeah. He actually makes a pretty good Mandarin joke. He's like, who would call themselves a Mandarin? It's like chicken.
I can't hear you for some reason.
I
don't know if anyone else can hear you. I can't hear you.
I can see myself on the...
Nope.
Hold on.
No, I don't seem to be muted.
Hold on. Let me check that. Yeah. For some reason.
Can anyone else hear him?
All right. Can you hear me now? I can see myself lighting up.
Oh, I can hear you. You're very, very quiet right now.
Ugh.
Okay, you're fine.
Yeah,
I heard that. Ugh,
I fucked.
that was
Yeah,
audible.
I fucked my cord up, so that's cool.
You fucked it. Yeah, I remember when we were like setting up. You were like, "Oh man, I ran over my cord or some shit." And
Yeah.
yeah, it's really bad apparently.
Yeah, it keeps disconnecting, so I just have to not touch it because I have a really bad habit of touching this. You like Iron Man 3? Iron Man 3 it's okay in my opinion. I think it's one of the worst. Anyways, back to Shang-Chi, yeah. If you like awesome kung fu movies, this movie is definitely for you. The fight scenes are some of the best in the MCU. Some of the best hand to hand, I'll say. This is the best origin story out there. It's better than Iron Man. It's better than all the other ones. I wouldn't say it's the best solo movie because Winter Soldier and Ragnarok are definitely like up there and really good. There's some nice callbacks in this movie. There's some sweet, like, Abomination is in the trailer, so he's in this movie too, and he looks comic accurate now, which is really nice too. Wong is also in this movie from Doctor Strange, which is really really cool. The comedy is pretty on point in this movie. Like, it's a pretty funny movie, like you'd expect like an MCU movie too. I don't want to go into. I don't know if anyone's gonna go see this movie. I saw it Thursday because I always go to see movies on Thursday nights, so nothing gets spoiled for me. Two post-credit scenes. One actually both of them kind of really set up some stuff in the future of the MCU, which is really cool. I will say there's a sweet Dragon Ball Z reference. I'm not gonna spoil anything. I really like that. But I definitely recommend going to see this movie. I'm not gonna talk about it too much just because it's a brand new movie and I don't want to spoil it for anyone. Mostly because it's not really a way to put a spoiler tag on a live show. So go see it if you like these types of movies. If you don't go see it. But if you are thinking about going to see it, do it because I'd like movies not to be pushed back another year. So if we could go to the theater, just wear a mask, keep safe. You know, that's what I did. I wore a mask the entire time I was in there. The movie theater was packed too when I went in there, which was strange because I went to the movie theater that in the mall that I work at, and that place is never packed. It's a terrible movie theater, but the other one was sold out. So I went to this one instead. So yeah, you had something to say about this movie though earlier. You were talking about.
Yeah, real quick. About 1,000 years ago, the Song Dynasty had reunified China. So that's the time period we're looking at. It should be. Yeah. I had a revelation recently with like all of like the Marvel stuff, like all of the shows and like movies coming out, and it's that I don't give a fuck anymore.
Fair enough.
I realized after Endgame, like it's a very similar situation to what I said when like Mass Effect Andromeda came out. And I know I said this when I was streaming Mass Effect 3, which is that the ending of Mass Effect 3 is so solid. And, you know, you could say the same thing for Endgame. Like, Endgame is such a solid ending to the series that, like, past that, I don't feel the need to go past it. Like, for me, Endgame felt like the end game, you know? Like, and I came to the recent realization where it's like, look at all this new Marvel stuff that comes after Endgame, and I'm like, why? I don't give a fucking shit about any of this. Like Shang-Chi, I don't know jack shit about Shang-Chi. I don't care about Shang-Chi. I realized like I don't care about fucking WandaVision. I don't care about fucking Loki. I certainly don't care about fucking Falcon or Winter Soldier. It just sounds all so fucking uninteresting to me, and I've decided that instead of being like deciding to watch all of this out of like obligation to keep up with the MCU timeline, I decided I'm not gonna watch this. I'm not gonna watch it. I don't care. I realized I don't care. What I am gonna do is I'm gonna watch what catches my interest.
Yeah.
So I will watch No Way Home because that movie actually looks decent. And I will probably watch Love and Thunder just because you told me Gore the God Butcher is in there,
Is,
and I kind of want to see how they handle Gore the God Butcher.
Christian Bale's playing him too.
Which is weird.
It
casting.
is weird, yeah, but I'm intrigued because he played the hero. It's just like Dark Knight. You be the hero long enough to see yourself become the villain, and he did that.
But yeah, I realized like, man, and like the Black Widow movie, a movie I cared so little about, I forgot about it until right now. I was like, man, I certainly don't give a shit about
That
these
movie
Marvel
was
properties
all right.
after.
That movie should
I
have
don't give
came
a-
out like 2 years ago.
that movie should have came out before she died.
That is also true. Yeah.
But yeah, I'm like, man, I don't give a shit about any of these Marvel properties. Oh yeah, there's a new fucking Black Panther. I didn't even like the original Black Panther. Like honestly, I bet if you take all of the Marvel movies I have seen and like line them up, I probably don't even like most of them. So I basically like Marvel like gets its hooks into you, and it's like you've got to watch these to keep up with shit. And it's like, yeah, but now honestly, after Endgame, I don't care about keeping up with this shit.
That's
I'm
fair.
done.
I definitely
I'm just
recommend
gonna.
WandaVision and Loki because those are two pretty good. And What If is really good so far too. The animation is pretty sweet.
I'm not sure if you could tell, but when you talked about Loki on the podcast, I thought it sounded really, really fucking bad.
I'm just really bad at explaining things sometimes too, but like the way it sets up what's coming up next, which is Kang. Kang has always been one of those fascinating villains to me because he has a time travel aspect. He's a descendant of Reed Richards too, which is really cool. Just like the fact that he's like, it kind of sucks that Tony's no longer in the universe anymore, which is for good and bad because I'd like to see, the tech aspect of where he's coming from, and like his idea of it. But it is what it is. We have people that are replacing Tony, which is really nice. Like we have Ironheart, which is coming out next year, I think, or something like that.
No.
Yeah, that's a thing.
Okay, I'm glad I got off the fucking Marvel train.
There's
Nobody likes Riri Williams. Nobody.
Apparently, people
She's
do.
one of the least popular characters.
But rumor has it, the kid from Iron Man 3 is also going to basically assume the Iron Man position too, but that hasn't really been talked about in a while, so I don't know if that's a real thing. Because he did show up at the end of Endgame, but who knows?
Oh my god.
It's an interesting couple years.
Riri Williams marked a massive decline in Marvel comic sales. I can't believe they have like fucking 40, 50 years of comics. Just do Annihilation.
Oh,
why are they doing the new shit that no one likes or buys?
Oh, I feel like that's what the Fantastic Four movie is going to be about. It's going to like set up something like that too.
No, do fucking Avengers 5 Annihilation. Why are they not? They finished Thanos. Just do Annihilation.
Secret Wars.
No, do Annihilation.
Secret Wars.
Nobody wants Secret Wars.
Everyone wants. What are you talking about? Everyone wants Secret Wars. I want Secret
Wars. Nobody
Wars.
cares about Secret Wars.
I love
it.
Secret
Wars. Stupid.
I love it.
All of Secret Wars is stupid.
Which one? The first one or the second one?
Both of them.
Fair enough. Anyways, go see this movie. You like movies. Secret Wars. All right. Do you want to move on to the next one, or do you want to take a quick break?
I actually don't have to piss, but it sounds like you might. So I'm
pee, like real bad, and
I could pee if I want, if I had to. The best thing about Secret Wars was Venom.
Yeah, which yeah, we have Venom movies coming out. Yeah.
Oh yeah, they're making a Venom movie. I don't give a shit.
Yeah, the Spider-Man the animated series to this day is still my favorite Spider-Man adaptation of all time. It's hands down one of the best adaptations of any superhero thing I've seen. Maybe that's just like a nostalgia thing, but like I've rewatched that show like multiple times, and I still to this day will say it's one of the best adaptations. X-Men is pretty good too. I think the X-Men show from that era is also very good too, but the anime series was on point. If we could have the guy who voiced Spider-Man just like cameo in like one of the Spider-Man movies, I'd be so happy. Nobody would know who he is, but I would, because I'm a fucking masochist and I just look this shit up and I know exactly what the voice actor looks like, even with their fucking laser pistols. Yeah. Well, in the 90s, like if you had a gun, you could not be considered a kid show, so they had to make laser guns. It was like a written rule that like if there was bullets, like even the Punisher in that show, the fucking Punisher, known for having machine guns, had laser pistols.
Wasn't there a gun in the Batman show at one point?
And
Did the Joker have one?
Maybe.
In one? I'm pretty sure Batman animated series had guns. Yeah.
But like Fox Kids was like very strict about that.
Oh yeah, they have to be stricter on like public broadcast channels.
Yeah. Batman the Animated Series was on WB's Kids, so yeah. It would have been.
That's still public broadcast. Yeah.
It would have been.
They probably just couldn't have done it on Fox Kids then.
Yeah. Yeah, it would have been way funnier if Batman had like fucking laser guns in it. Can you imagine just everything laser guns? But like, yeah, like all the Fox Kids shows, like none of them depicted like real life weapons.
Yeah.
Everything was like lasers. Yeah. Which, yeah, whatever. But I will die on the Spider-Man TAS is like the best adaptation of Spider-Man ever. And a lot of people agree.
I've only seen a few episodes.
It's honestly one of the most, in my opinion, like rewatchable things out there. Because it's a quick watch. I think it's only like 60 episodes or something like that. It's like watching GT, you know? Yeah. Yeah,
most people wouldn't consider 60 episodes a quick watch, but
Batman the Animated Series was like, it got really dark. I remember there was a Poison Ivy episode where like she was turning people into like fucking trees or some shit. It was like a fucking body horror episode. Like it was fucking creepy.
It might have been Justice League, but there is an episode of either Justice League or Batman the Animated Series where Batman sits with a child as she slowly dies.
That might be Batman the Animated. I think I know. Yeah.
It's not the Ace Gang, which it might have been Justice League, but yeah.
This type of channel which played shit like Neo Tokyo and Wicked City Online. Yeah. That's true. There we go. Hit the wrong button.
To Taru?
To Taru.
To Taru!
All right. It's a good thing I hit thank God I didn't hit the hentai button because that would have been awkward.
Oh, you have one of those too?
Yes. I mean, I feel like we all should, right?
Yeah. What's it connect to? Mine's Bible Black Guide.
I don't want to talk about it.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Tiny Evil 3, huh? Gotcha.
What? I don't know. Hentai button. This is the button you press and just a random hentai will pop up. We should all have that.
Gotcha.
All right, so the next topic, which
rape. Good one.
Socks.
I'm 90% sure that's real.
What?
Rape.
Oh,
I'm pretty sure.
I thought you meant the hentai.
Pretty sure I didn't make that one up. I didn't.
All right.
I was pretty sure that one was real.
All right.
Oh yeah. Oh, I'm sorry.
What?
This is my topic. I was so distracted by making sure that was real.
Fair enough. That's why we're here.
Yes. Why did Bible Black Guidance and not... Because Bible Black Guidance is actually good. It establishes your character motivations, introduces the characters, and acts as an explanation for why characters in Bible Black proper act as they do. Like, you don't truly understand why the blonde teacher hates the redheaded teacher until you see the actions of the redheaded teacher causing the blonde teacher to get possessed by demons. It's like you people don't know your fucking Bible Black lore. Jesus Christ.
What do you mean, you people?
Okay, I'm sorry, John.
Yeah.
You are also an avid Bible Blacker.
Yeah, damn right.
Anyway, so I have an actual stream quote, which is, I think it's like quote 4, isn't it? Yeah, quote 4, Bible Black Gaiden is very good. Drakengard 2, 0406 2020. Okay, anyway, enough about Bible Black. Let's talk about... a series of family movies.
Yeah, when you threw these on the list tonight, I was like, I see you.
Let's fucking 180 completely. Well, I did say I was going to talk about them.
Yes, you did. Yeah.
Okay, Zathura. This is about a younger brother and an older brother, and they're living with their dad, who divorced from their mom, and they find a Zathura board game which involves space. And Kristen Stewart is the sister, and she gets cryogenically frozen for most of the movie. And then there's an astronaut in it that is the guy from Let's Go to Prison. I'm sure he's in other more famous movies. I only know him from Let's Go to Prison.
That's a very random movie to know him from, but I appreciate that.
I know he's in other things. I could not tell you what they are.
I can go down the list if you want.
Name a more famous movie.
A more famous movie?
Yeah.
Maybe Employee of the Month with Dane Cook.
I guess that is more famous. Yeah, I guess. Okay. Yeah, so nothing really notable then.
He's a very niche actor.
Okay. Yeah. Well, anyway. I actually like Let's Go to Prison. Anyway, yeah. So I actually find that Zathura fucks around less and is actually more exciting, and has a very heavy character drama focus between the older brother being a dickhead to his younger brother. Sometimes justifiably. Most of the time, he's just being a dickhead. I don't know. There's not a lot to talk about this movie because there's not as much to dig into with Zathura as perhaps opposed to the original Jumanji. It's just I thought it was a decently entertaining watch. It sort of established its own rules. Dax Shepard, who also played in Without a Paddle and Idiocracy. I don't remember him in Idiocracy.
Yeah, he was the main dumb guy that followed around Luke Wilson the entire movie. I was trying to remember the name of Without a Paddle, so thank you for that.
Was he? Oh, he might have had a different hair color.
Yeah. He was the guy when he shows up, he's in the chair or whatever.
Yeah. I know. Yeah. His hair is brown in that though, I think.
Yeah.
Which apparently is enough to completely fucking derail me. To not know who you are. If you change your hair color, that's it. I'm done.
That's fair.
I don't know.
That's fair because sometimes I have to stop and think when it comes to people
he was also clean shaven. Okay, in my defense, different hairstyle, different hair color, and clean shaven. Come on. Anyway, not a lot to talk about. Entertaining movie. I don't remember too many funny comedic moments. It sets up its world and then sort of explores it a little bit. And there's some heartwarming moments between the two brothers. Not anything too great. It's a rent for me. Which is to say, of course, that it's almost always cheaper to buy movies than it is to rent them nowadays. But if we were in the Blockbuster age, it would be a rent. From now on, assume if I say it's rent, I actually mean if we still lived in the day where you could go to a Blockbuster, that's what I'm talking about.
I think it's on Netflix, or it was on Netflix, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This isn't something you would want to collect for your own personal usage. I'd 7 out of 10.
I've seen
pretty watchable.
I've seen bits and pieces of those movies, but I mean spoilers. Isn't the kid Dax Shepard when he's grown up or some shit?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Full spoilers for a movie that came out probably 10, 20 years ago.
I feel like it was longer than that. I want to say 2007, right?
Well, then that wouldn't be longer than 20 years ago, would it?
Oh, I thought you said 10. No, never mind.
I said 10 to 20 years ago.
Yeah, it's pretty old.
Yeah. Anyway, next up I watched probably 7 out of 10. Next up I watched Jumanji, Welcome to the Jungle. They take the Jumanji board game. This is in the 90s, almost immediately after the original Jumanji movie. They take the original Jumanji board game and it just decides to become a video game for some reason.
Don't wait.
And it ends up in the house of a metalhead teenager, and he ends up getting sucked into the game, and then 20 years later, it's fucking
Isekai. I mean, yeah. Sack would argue.
She's right.
Oh no, he's okay.
No.
Okay.
Yeah. She's fucking right. It is.
Digimon's an isekai.
I had to
Anyways.
think about it, but I'm like, no, wait. I think it might actually be. It is isekai-esque at least.
Like Digimon.
Mm, no, because they come in and out of fucking Digimon.
Only once.
Okay, fine. Maybe it is an isekai. I've never seen Digimon.
You've heard it here. Episode 13, he finally admitted it. All right.
I said maybe.
No,
I said maybe, and I haven't seen it.
I'll take it.
I don't know. I'm not. I'll say isekai light. Is that acceptable?
Okay, I'll accept it because they do
Isekai adjacent.
Yeah.
Because then I have to admit that like fucking Dot Hack or fucking Sword Art are isekais. I don't think I'm willing to go that far.
I do remember the Jumanji animated series, Mac.
I don't. Anyway, yeah, so so a bunch of teenagers, it's like the Breakfast Club but shittier, and you don't like any of the characters, get sucked into a Jumanji board game while all in detention for various bullshit reasons. They have the teenage actors, but then they get replaced by The Rock, Jack Black, Kevin Hart, and the lady who plays Nebula.
Karen Gillan.
Thank you. Yes.
Two of those
all I know about her is,
Two of those actors I do not like.
Oh, which two?
The Rock and Kevin Hart.
Okay. Why?
I think The Rock is an incredibly overrated actor, and Kevin Hart is not funny and needs to stop being in so many movies. Digimon Frontier is more of an isekai. I mean, that's
Frontier. Exactly. Yeah.
I'll give you that though, Mac. Because that is strictly set in the digital world. So
I already didn't like any of the Breakfast Club characters. To be fair, I'm not fully sure you're supposed to like the Breakfast Club characters. So here is what I will say about that. The Rock in this movie basically played The Rock. Didn't really get to show off any acting chops in this. He was just basically The Rock.
That's most of his movies.
Yeah. Kevin Hart was basically Kevin Hart in this movie. He basically played Kevin Hart in this movie.
Also most of his movies.
What's her name? Sharon Gilliam?
Karen Gilliam.
Karen Gilliam.
Yeah.
She was okay. Enough. I don't really know her personality enough to know if she just played herself in this. She apparently is Scottish, and she didn't have a Scottish accent, so she was faking an American accent.
She is very Scottish, yes.
Yeah. So fair enough on that. Jack Black played, I want to say the character Bethany, who is like a teenage sort of like preppy girl, like cheerleader kind of. And Jack Black is unequivocally the best character / actor in the film.
Not surprising at all. I love Jack Black. Jack Black also, if anyone is on TikTok, Jack Black has the best TikTok on TikTok.
He also has a YouTube channel, I believe, called Jablimski Games, where I believe he plays with like his son or something.
Yeah, that one. His YouTube channel is also very good too.
Yes, Jack Black is the best actor in the film, that he does the best acting in the movie, and that he is the only character, as far as I can tell, that is acting and is not just playing themselves in a movie.
Not surprising.
He also plays Bethany, the best character, who she starts out as like this, like, the popular girl character archetype.
Yeah.
But as the movie goes on, you find out that she's actually like not a terrible person, and you actually come to like her and her struggles. Jack Black's character is actually legitimately the best character in the entire fucking franchise. All 4 movies.
There's 4 of these?
Yeah. Jumanji in like 95, Zathura, Jumanji Welcome to the Jungle, Jumanji Next Level.
Okay. I thought you meant like the new Jumanji. I was like,
no, all of them. The whole franchise, Bethany, Jack Black's Bethany, is the best character, period. Hands down. No questions. Genuinely likable. Only issue is that only likable character in the film.
Not surprising.
Literally, the only thing I cared about was Jack Black.
Fair.
This movie tries to be funny in several scenes. It isn't. It has a character drama about characters learning to the main character, which is The Rock, tries to learn to be brave, and Kevin Hart's character learns to, I guess, accept his friends. By the redhead, do you mean Karen Gillan?
Yes.
But no, I don't care about any of it. It's all boring. The plot's boring. The scenes are boring. The set pieces aren't that interesting. Jack Black is a delight, though. Oh, and the Jumanji board game is oddly fucking stupid in this.
Isn't Joe Jonas in this movie too?
Yes,
Yeah.
He's actually decent.
Okay. Yeah,
he's the second best actor in the movie.
Surprisingly, even though I do have a child and I've been around children for a good majority of my adult life, I've not seen either of these movies. Because when this movie got announced and I saw the first trailer, I was like, this movie looks fucking terrible and I want no part of it. So
that's fair.
Joe
Jonas plays the metalhead from the 90s that got sucked into the game first. He's been in here for 20 years. He lives in the shelter that was created by Robin Williams' character in the original Jumanji.
R.I.P. Robin Williams. You are dearly missed.
Yeah. Joe Jonas's character, he plays a sort of pilot who's on his last life. They all have 3 lives in this game. He does okay. The movie itself, not good. Terrible. I would say pass on this one.
Fair. I'll never watch it.
Yeah, don't. Yeah, you don't have to.
If my 10-year-old was like, Dad, can we watch Jumanji Welcome to the Jungle? I'll be like, we can watch anything else that I will watch fucking Twilight with you before I watch this fucking movie. And
really? Even Bible Black Guided?
If she says I want to watch Bible Black, I'm going to be like, first of all, you're 10. No. Second of all, give me about 15 minutes and I'll go watch it myself.
I like that Bible Black Guided is significantly...
Yeah, well, I only need about...
I know. I just needed to point out the quality of the joke.
Fair enough.
I know jokes are less funny when you explain them. I just needed to give you props for it.
You're welcome. About to jerk off to some satanic futanari hentai. Those are 3 words I never thought I'd read in a Twitch chat, let alone my Twitch chat.
There's also tentacles.
Well, that would be the hentai part, wouldn't it?
Hentai doesn't necessitate
but hentai
tentacles.
And tentacles are synonymous with each other, you know?
And yet most hentai doesn't have tentacles.
Well, I've only seen the tentacle versions.
Believe me. I know. I am also called the porn lord.
Yeah. Agreeing with John on this. Not that I watch it.
Anyway.
Yeah. No thanks. And I hate the Twilight films, so and I've sat through all of them. All 6 of them? How many are there? 5? I've sat through all of them.
All I'm saying is that I have watched more hentai than John has watched anime.
That's a lot.
Yeah. Anyway.
What's the next one?
Right.
Level, right? Yeah.
Jumanji, the next level. Oh yeah, they fucking destroy the Jumanji at the end of the fucking movie.
Stupid.
So the main character is on a break with his girlfriend, which is Karen Gillian's character. But the teenage one, because they're all teenagers. They get out of the game. And he's feeling all dejected, so he purposefully goes back into the game. And because Jumanji's all broken, it doesn't let you properly select your character. Instead of a jungle, they end up in a desert. And so here's the thing about this movie. You know how the first one was just regular bad?
Yeah.
Well, this one is surprisingly good.
Really?
Yeah.
I was not expecting that. Okay.
Nobody, no, you know who wasn't expecting that? Fucking me when I sat down to watch that.
I was going to say, Zach is a braver man than I. He will put him, I will also put myself through the shitty movies, but it's movies that I've already seen. I'm like, this is bad. I will not look at a movie and be like, this looks bad. I'm not going to go see it.
I liked it.
Okay, no, fair enough. Yeah.
The characters were more likable and more developed because we'd already spent time with them, so they were able to focus more on their struggles. Unfortunately, Jack Black does not play Bethany in this until the very end of the film. The Rock gets to act in this movie.
Oh, yay. Yeah, this one has Danny DeVito and Danny Glover, right?
Yes.
Yes, I love Danny DeVito.
And yeah, if I believe, isn't it? Yeah, The Rock has to play Danny DeVito.
Oof. Interesting.
It can actually be pretty entertaining. And Kevin Hart has to play Danny Glover. Yeah. So that said, Jack Black's still the best actor in the movie.
Yeah, still not surprising. Yeah.
Other shout out to this movie is the horse.
I see the horses in the poster, so that's interesting.
Yes. So you remember the character of Bethany?
Yeah.
The horse gets to play Bethany, and it does a pretty good job of it.
Well.
Kevin Hart and The Rock are a lot better in this movie because they're not playing Kevin Hart and The Rock.
Yeah.
So they're more tolerable. Not to say that, like, I don't have a problem with Kevin Hart or The Rock. I've seen like 4 seasons of The Real House Husbands of Hollywood. Like, I like Kevin Hart. The Rock, I'm more mixed on. But seeing them not just play themselves makes for a more enjoyable experience, you know, because then you're more sucked into the movie. There's a whole thing about the main character's relationship with his grandpa, which is Danny DeVito, and him trying to get back with his girlfriend. So the character arcs are more compelling and more interesting, and you get to see how their like friend group changes and stuff. And there's a real interesting story between Kevin Hart's character and The Rock's character, who are playing Danny Glover and Danny DeVito. Where they were like old business partners that like business broke up like 15 years ago, and you find out that like Kevin Hart's character is like dying. It's actually surprisingly like interesting, and there's like a kind of a sort of sad but triumphant scene at the end where they gain the ability to like swap characters in the middle of the game, and you get to see Jack Black, who has been I believe Kevin Hart's character the whole time. At the end, finally get to play Bethany again, and you're like, Bethany's back!
Fuck yeah!
Woo! Surprisingly entertaining movie. Not great, but good. I would say best of the 4. Probably better than Zathura. I give it still a 7 out of 10. It's not an 8. I'm sorry. It's not an 8. And blockbuster rent.
All right.
It's not a must-have, obviously. But yeah, honestly, considering how fucking unwatchable Welcome to the Jungle was, next level, decent film.
All right. Neat. Was that all?
Yeah, I don't think I have anything to say about this.
Fair enough. All right, moving on.
Oh, and you probably could literally just straight up skip to next level.
Fair enough.
over Welcome to the Jungle.
Yeah, I avoided both the movies because I'm like,
I'm pretty confident you could miss all 3 of the preceding movies and just go for the good one. Just watch the third and next level, and you're probably fine.
Though I like the first one, though. I like the first one.
Yes.
I also lived in the town where they filmed a good portion of that movie, so there's a fun fact.
Mm-hmm.
All right, moving to the next one, which there's your screen picture for that one.
Thank you. I'm glad you used it, and I can tell you actually used it because I can see the different shades of black.
Yes, I put this one strictly in the sources because I'm like, I ran out of room.
Yes. I have an important question before we talk about this. Do you have any fucking clue what this is?
No, because it's a black screen.
Okay.
That's why when I saw it in the drive, I'm like, is this right? And you're like, yes. I'm like, all right.
Well, we have entered into the music portion. of this podcast. Surprise. So just like John couldn't let a Devil's Wear Prada album drop without talking about it, I can't let a Kanye album drop without talking about it.
Oh, that's what this is. Okay.
Kanye West's 10th studio album, Donda, named after his now deceased mother. This is an interesting album. It's sort of like erratic and unfocused. It feels like there's a lot of like elements from this album that feel like they were taken from some of his earlier albums. There's some like My Beautiful Dark Twisted Fantasy, some Life of Pablo, a little bit of Yeezus sprinkled in, and some Jesus is King in there as well, I felt. What I will say about this album is it felt like Kanye looked over his old discography and looked at what he did well in his other albums and said, can I repeat what I did well? And he doesn't manage to get to the same level in any of those specific things he tried to recapture that he did in those first albums. But you know what he does manage to do? Is actually do a pretty damn good job of recap. Like, he doesn't get all the way there, but he gets like 80% there. And what it ends up coming into is like a surprisingly good listening experience. Like, it's not the best in any aspect, like pathos or motifs or like music production or lyrics or anything, but it's not but it's solid and good in all around of those aspects. There's like a lot of enjoyable songs in that I'll probably can go back to and keep listening to. Like Off the Grid, I really enjoyed. It's a dark album, but it's shockingly not his darkest album. Which is you would expect it would be because it's named after his dead mother, and the opening of the album is a chant designed to mimic the last heartbeats of his mom. And yet it sort of has. It's not as dark as sort of My Beautiful Dark Twisted Fantasy was, or at least it didn't feel like it as me. And like Yeezus just felt like one long existential scream. To me, Donda as an album feels sort of like Kanye's like, okay, shit's really fucked up, and things are bad, but it almost feels like he's sort of trying to assure himself that things will get better, and he's sort of praying for things to get better. It, like, instead of a scream for help, it's sort of like a prayer for help. You can really see sort of some of the aspects of like Jesus is King come in from that. Yeah, it's just a decently solid musical production, like all around. Definitely enjoyable. Not his best album. I would probably put it at maybe 3 or 4. I'm a little mixed. I've listened to it like twice now. I'm a little mixed on whether I prefer this or 808s and Heartbreak. But it's no Yay, and it's no My Beautiful Dark Twisted Fantasy. But it's just a good album all around, I would say. Probably 7 out of 10, I'd say.
Not bad.
Just good. Yeah. And by the way, this is the official album cover. That's why I posted it. This is the actual album cover.
It's funny that you mentioned like the Devil Wears Prada when you brought up like the original thing, because the album that I reviewed for the podcast was a callback to a previous EP that they made about 10 years ago, this was Z2, which was Zombie 2. The first one being Zombie EP, the first one, which they expanded upon the sound and the lyrics of that. So it's pretty cool that it's kind of like a comparison between the two, even though it's two different types of genre. Granted, nobody's mom died in the Devil Wears Prada, as far as I know, which is like obviously that's a heavy thing to deal with in real life. Yeah.
Oh, he's also talking about his like separation from his wife and kids in this. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot that happened.
That's why I said it's like surprisingly not his darkest album.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, it's good to hear that. My buddy Eric is a huge Kanye fan. He was talking about it in one of our group chats, about the album too. Well, I just had no idea that was the album art.
Um,
Sleeping on graphic design.
Speaking of like bringing things back, it's worth noting that when you said because it was like a sequel to the first zombie album, that he brings things back. It's not just like the sound itself that gets brought back. He actually sort of makes references and callbacks to his previous albums, which I can only remember him, I think, doing like once before. But it very much feels like he looked at his past stuff and tried to build on top of it. It's very interesting.
Well, now, was it like a reprise type deal, or was it just like
No. It's like it's like
back?
callbacks. Yeah, like certain lines. Yeah, like he brings back his old motifs briefly.
Yeah, I'm a sucker for a good reprise of like an older song and like a newer album. There was a band that did it in the same album where they're called Armor for Sleep, and at the end of the song they bring back like lyrics and like the melody of like one of the previous songs, and it like fits so well, and it's like shit like that's so good, like musically, like.
Oh yeah.
Like some people would be like, oh, they just ran out of ideas. Like, no, it's a callback for a reason, because sometimes like words that you wrote 10 years ago can still like reminisce and like reverberate through your heart 10 years later, and it still means something to you. Like,
it's called a motif. Yeah.
Like case in point, like, not to like obviously shout out my music, but when I think about some of the songs that I wrote 10 years ago, I go back to them, like a lot of the words still make sense to me, except for the stuff I wrote when I was like 17, because that stuff does not stick with me. But like the stuff I wrote with my band Conquer the Clouds, that stuff still holds true, because I wrote a lot of that stuff for my kid, and she's still a thing today. Even though she hates the type of music that I listen to and the stuff she doesn't like. I mean, she understands it, but like she knows like the songs are about her. She knows the lyrics. I've showed her the lyrics. So it's still like if I were to write music, which I'm kind of doing in a sense, I have an EP that have a concept for. I have thought about bringing some of those words back in like that way. So I like that stuff a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just a good project. Apparently, Kanye didn't want to release the album yet, and the studio released it without his permission, and he's very fucking mad about it. But
lawsuit.
I don't fucking give a shit. I listened to it anyway.
Fair enough.
I saw like new Kanye album. I'm like, I don't care.
All right. Yeah.
My appreciation for Kanye West, other than him being a fucking lunatic at arm's length, is mostly related to the fact that I like his music.
Yeah.
And not necessarily the things he says or does, because face it, he's a bit of a dickhead.
Mate, when it comes to re-recording of old songs, like I don't mind it as long as it doesn't sound too like overproduced, I guess. One of the things I can say, like with all, like at least with a lot of bands that I have listened to, if they do a re-record, it's the same, like this, not the same song, but just better quality. Like a band I listened to called August Burns Red, they redid like one of their entirely one of their albums, and musically, like production wise, it sounds a lot better. So I think as long as like it's just for like production reasons, like and they bring back those recordings, or like say like a band has like a song on an EP and they recorded in the like fucking friend's basement or something, and they bring that song back later and re-record it, and just for the purpose of it sounding better, I think that's awesome, because like if a song is worth enough for you to record it, let alone a whole album. So God bless, August Burns for doing an entire fucking album. But if you're re-recording a song, there's obviously a good reason before it, whether it be production quality or like it's a song that means something to the singer or the band. I wholeheartely agree with them doing that. If it's just for like a money grab, then fuck them. Like, I don't believe, like, when it comes to music, like I purely like, maybe because I guess I'm a musician. I do have these guitars and stuff, but like if it's purely for like the heart of the project, then that's awesome. If it's strictly for a money grab, then I don't see why they did it. But yeah.
Um, Speaking of like reprising their own stuff and stuff like that, I'm assuming you're unfamiliar with the Life of Pablo album.
I've never heard a Kanye album. I've heard Kanye songs. Um,
Yeah, that's the thing about Kanye. I feel like listening to Kanye singles is sort of, unless they're off of Graduation, kind of does Kanye a disservice because Kanye's not a singles artist. You know,
yeah,
his music is designed to be listened to in album form.
yeah.
Um,
Which I appreciate from like a musician standpoint. I personally think every album should be like a story. That's how I've always written all my music. From the beginning, like every song was something. There was a beginning, there was a middle, and there was an end. To every EP, any concept that I worked on. So I believe it should be that way. Like it really depends on like the type of music too, because like case in point with like a hardcore band or something like that that's singing about like who knows. It's not very sorted. That's why I like the kind of the genre that I listen to, because a lot of them are story based. Like every single Devil Wears Prada album from start to finish is a story. um so much so that Mike has literally written books about the lyrics on a few of his albums now, which I think that's one of the things I appreciate about a lot of modern music too, is that it's more of a story than it is just like a CD. You know what I mean? It's not, like from start to finish. There's something going on in that person's life that they need to express musically, lyrically, and everything. And there's always heart behind it. Like whereas if you look back to say like Metallica, like I don't think there's any stories there, but I mean people like that shit. I don't, but that was like blues too. Like I'm a huge like fan of the blues too. Their like blues songs are very story driven. They have a lot of heart and soul into them, and that's one of the reasons why I gravitate towards like musicians like BB King and like Steve Ray Vaughan and stuff like that.
um, but real quick, back to Life of Pablo. When he released it, he wanted it to be a sort of dynamic, always changing album. So he said that he was going to like update the album, like adding in features, taking out features, adding in songs, taking out songs, and like changing it over the course of. He said forever. It actually, I think, lasted for like 8 months or so. So like the Life of Pablo when it came out is different than the Life of Pablo we have now. And what I will honestly say about that, it actually, but before we, well, okay, whatever, is that when Life of Pablo came out, I didn't like it. But the current Life of Pablo, like the finished version with like now that everything's like sort of sat in stone, it's actually a pretty solid listen.
Yeah.
Um, not as good as 808s or Donda, but like it's actually a pretty good album. Now, terrible at launch. But yeah, how do you? I guess I mostly just want to ask, like, how do you feel about the idea of an artist like literally changing the album at like over the course of like several months after it's already been released?
So I mean, it's an interesting concept for me because I you don't see that too much, especially with the stuff that I listen to. There's been a few cases where like bands will go back and like kind of rewrite a part of a song because they don't agree with something that they said. Um, or like they just won't play a song because like somebody else wrote it and they don't like it. There's a band that I listen to called Thy Is Murder that will never ever play one of their most popular songs called Horror to Attain Chainsaw, because it's literally about the old singer's like mutilating and killing his fucking ex-girlfriend or something like that. So I mean there's stuff like that, but I've never seen it to the point where like they've altered the music itself and like altered the lyrics that heavily and stuff like that. It's interesting to me because I've never seen it, at least in my genre. But I have heard of it before, and like especially in like rap and hip hop and stuff, where they go back and like change a couple things and kind of like they're like this is the definitive edition,
Mhm.
kind of like a director's cut almost.
Well, he was essentially taking advantage of the like electronic nature of music to alter it and change it.
Yeah, it's a little bit hard to do stuff like that with obviously like multiple instruments and stuff like that, because in order to do that, everything would have to be like computer generated and stuff like that. Fair, yeah, that's another thing too. Made like
Yeah, well, there is
yeah.
a lot of like instrumentation in like Kanye songs in his production.
Yeah,
What I would say that Kanye's greatest talent is actually music production itself.
yeah. A lot of people will say that about him.
Mhm.
I personally am not a fan. Just there's a lot of I don't
Well,
like
you're not a
hip
big
hop.
hip hop
Yeah, I'm
person.
not into hip hop,
So.
and like obviously a lot of controversy around him. But I mean, that's just me personally. But
Some
I
of
know
it's justified, to be fair.
yeah,
Yeah.
I know a lot of people that are super into Kanye. Like my buddy Eric's another one. Like obviously you.
Mhm.
I have a couple other people who like metal and hip hop and stuff. They are huge Kanye fans. Um,
Most Kanye fans, I feel like, will admit that Kanye is a dickhead.
oh no, yeah, they all do.
I mean,
Yeah,
I know for a fact because I've listened to his music that Kanye will admit Kanye is a dickhead.
yeah. Nothing will ever beat that meme of him like doing the church thing or whatever, and then just people putting different music behind it. It's my favorite meme ever of Kanye.
Oh, I don't. I am unfamiliar.
I'll have to
What I
find
will
one
say
and
about
send it to you.
Hitchcock's comment about the Kardashians rejecting him for being nuts is that he is actually supposed to take medicine, and he hasn't been because he feels like he can't make as good of music when he's off his meds or when he's on his meds, which is kind of sad, honestly. Um, Not as sad as the fact that he's kind of right, but
Yeah, there was a point where I was like, I can't write a song unless I'm piss ass drunk. Which was fun because I would wake up in the morning and be like, this is illegible. Like I don't know what I was trying to write.
well, my thing is like he's clearly more stable and just better off mentally when he's on his meds. It's like I feel like at this point it's like Kanye, you made like Yay, you made My Beautiful Dark Twisted Fantasy, you made like Kids See Ghosts. Like it's okay, man. Put down the pen. Just be healthy. Be with your family. You don't
Just stop.
need to keep making music.
Fair
Like,
enough,
don't get
yeah.
me wrong. I enjoy it, but it's more for like his mental health that I'm worried. Like
Yeah.
it's kind of like, look, you're great. Please stop for you, not for me. I actually benefit if you're off your meds. For you, please stop.
Yeah.
For you and your family, please take your medicine.
There was last year there was a singer in a pop punk band that used to call Real Friends who stepped down as the lead singer because he was like, I can't keep writing depressing music because I'm fucking depressed. And I was like, yeah, okay, that makes sense. Yeah,
Yeah, too real on that one. Yeah,
go get yourself good. I love your music though, because when I'm a sad boy, I listen to like my go-to is like I'll listen to Real Friends because it's fucking sad. But I mean, if it's for the benefit of your mental health, like sometimes the better option is to just not do it. So
yeah. He in a way. I don't want it to sound like I'm like sucking Kanye's dick or anything. He kind of reminds me of like Van Gogh.
mate, I will also second that because I'm a huge beginning career like MCR fan. I'm like, I wish they stayed sad. Shut the fuck up. Zach. Yeah, 'cause I still listen to MCR. I love it.
In that like his crazier moments are sort of more of his better artistry moments, but
I'd stop at the Black Parade though. Like I won't listen to
yeah.
any album past that CD, but because that Black Parade is like certified gold. So
Because Van Gogh painted Starry Nights in a mental asylum,
neat.
and presumably My Beautiful Dark Twisted Fantasy came from Kanye's lowest point. So yeah.
Is that all for Kanye?
Yeah, probably. You've sent me as a person who took art history at high school, and I'll stick to it. Van Gogh is fucking crazy.
Actually, the sad thing about Kanye is his phone unlock code is 000.
Is that real? That sounds like that could be real.
That sounds like it. Yeah, I'll
I believe that is the thing about it.
I'll cash that check. All right.
This one's yours. I literally don't know what this is.
Yeah. So I want to talk about one of the YouTubers I've been watching for a very long time. Is this not working again? Is it working? Okay.
I don't know. I
just
can
hit
hear
it.
you.
Okay, I want to talk about my man Charlie, aka Moist, aka Penguin Z0.
Oh, I know him in passing.
Yeah. Um, this guy has been one of my favorite YouTube stories ever, just because he's been on YouTube for I want to say like eight years now, and he's gone from someone who was like kind of like a niche guy to like someone who's like super popular now, which is super cool. And also, he's a super awesome dude. This dude literally pays people to like help their animals out. Like, I just want to throw that out there. Like that is fucking phenomenal. He's also helping this like kid get into like a Smash tournament right now, who like had zero money. He's like, I really want to play in like the fuck. I can't remember what the tournament's called, but he's like, he's a good dude, and he's funny as shit. He's like the way he presents himself in his videos, which are never more than like sometimes like 10 minutes long when he talks about something, like his humor is like on point. He does have the second largest sex toy collection. That is true. That like that era of his videos were like some of the funniest shit, where he was just like he just had all these sex toys and shit. So good. But also his Karen videos were really good until he got bored with them and stopped doing that. And his unboxing videos were fun to watch too. And I hate unboxing videos, and I'm a huge like Yu-Gi-Oh or like Pokemon card fan, but the way like just he's a funny fucking guy. It was more like a shout out, and because I was looking for a topic, and I've been watching a lot of his shit again recently. The pics look like he said on. I picked this pic specifically because it was like the funniest one that I could find. Is that just him? You know, he's a good dude. He likes to bring up the fact that he was like in the Hunger Games for one scene, and I love that about him.
I did not know that.
He'll be like, yeah, this is Charlie, like, you know, from Hunger Games, like that one scene. He's a really good dude. I just wanted to like kind of give him a shout out and just.
He needs it.
He doesn't, because he streams like 14,000 people every stream, but he's a good dude. He's the only popular Twitch streamer that I have a sub to, but I never use his emotes. I just give him my Prime sub like every month. That's about it. See ya.
Shout out.
Yeah.
I know very little about him. I know he's really good at chess.
Oh, he is fantastic at chess.
And some of his earlier clips I saw, his language was a little crass even for me. Which is ironic, because my language has gotten more in line with that over time.
Oh yeah.
But I'm also too crass for me.
Fair enough, yeah. Oh, yeah, he's a wordsmith. So his stories from college too are like the best. Like if I could recommend any videos, like it would be his like college stories, when he talks about how he was like proud to be a virgin and how he would like shout it at the top of his lungs like at college parties and shit. It's some of the funniest fucking shit. So shout out to him. Check him out on YouTube. Not like he needs the views, but he has some funny fucking stories sometimes, yeah. And he's also involved in some like scams that he wasn't a part of, and it's pretty funny too. It's like anyways, yeah, go check him out. And next one.
Yes. Exandria Unlimited, the 2.5 campaign for Critical Role. I've already talked a little bit about it. The only reason this is on here is because I have made it a thing to start reviewing D&D, TTRPG podcasts whenever they finish. Apparently this is a thing I'm doing now, so I might as well get it over with. The final 5 episodes of this is dropped, and it's okay. They managed to expand the bit of the lore for Tal'Dorei and Exandria. The DM is actually really good. I might prefer her over Matt.
I was gonna say, I noticed that's Matt and Robbie Draymond, right?
Yeah, probably, yeah. I'm sure a lot of people would get mad if they heard me say that, but I actually do prefer her more narrative focus over Matt's mechanical focus. But yeah, it's a decent. The story itself is a little bare bones. Apparently, the theme for this was like your first taste of power and what you do with it. They spend most of the campaign with the Crown of Lolth. Um, but then they like don't use it. So it can actually have its like little down moments. I think the story is a little lackluster. It's very short. There's only like 8 sessions to it, and it kind of ends on a cliffhanger. But it's a decent enough watch for what it is. So solid experience, I guess. That's
All right.
it. There's not a lot. I've already talked about like the first 3 episodes of this. There's not much to say.
Fair enough. Is it a watch it?
Um, I wouldn't recommend. I wouldn't recommend watching it without watching the first campaign, and nobody has watched the first it's one of those. If you were if you were going to watch it, you don't need me to tell you.
Fair enough.
Yeah, it's one of those. It's one of those. I would only recommend it to you if you didn't need me to recommend it to you in the first place. Okay, yeah, I'm good to move.
All right, and to the next one, which was a request by Maid. Wicked City. I watched it. I watched the entire thing.
I've never seen this.
I liked it. I thought it was a nice movie.
A nice family friendly movie.
Not family friendly. I would say it's not family friendly.
Friendly for the whole family.
Yeah. Just the beginning, like I think it's the first 10 minutes when he's like banging the girl, and then like she's like, yeah, like spider pussy. I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna like this, and then she kind of like crawls away. And I'm like, yeah.
Words cannot describe what I pictured when you said spider pussy.
That's the only way
I pictured a naked woman crab walking, and then silk gets shot out of her vagina.
That's literally.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's literally it. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
You nailed
awesome.
that. Yeah. Because there's a point like later in the movie too, when she's like with the other guy. I can't remember his name, but she like like webs down from the ceiling like Spider-Man, and the web's just coming out of her fucking cooch, and it's the funniest fucking shit to me.
Well, now I kind of need to watch it now that I'm right.
I would recommend. This is a strong recommendation. Yeah, Spider-Gasm. Yeah, this is a strong recommendation for me. Don't watch.
That's the name of the sex tape that me and Quillag made.
Spider-Gasm. Not if I get to her first.
You didn't. I said I made it. It was past tense, John.
Oh, okay. Fuck. Yeah, this is a very good movie. Yeah, it's on YouTube, so anyone can go watch it for free. I like the characters. Oh no shit, that's pretty cool. Yeah, I really like the main character. I don't remember his fucking name because I'm terrible with remembering names. He was enjoyable. Like it wasn't that tense feel for John. He was very enjoyable. I liked all the characters. The old guy was super cool too. He was obviously a pervert like every old man in anime. So, he gets into some shenanigans.
Well, depending on the genre.
Fair enough. Yeah. Any shonen anime, I should say then. I like the girl character too. Again, cannot remember her name. She is a demon that works with them in the Blackguard. I think that's what the group's called. I'm probably wrong about that, but I think it's somewhere along that line. I should remember.
Sure.
I watched this movie Tuesday night. I don't remember. I posted it in your Discord when I watched it, but yeah, this movie was really good. Yes, Blackguard. Okay, cool. I did remember that at least. Yeah, it was like I don't think it was too gory, but like the fight scenes were really cool. I like the
Tuesday.
Oh, it was Tuesday. Okay, yeah. I like the is the name of the book that the movie adapts. Okay. Yeah, the plot is pretty standard. Like they got to save this guy to reinstate the treaty between the demon world and the human world. So it's a romp. The old guy is a guy that has to sign the treaty or some shit. and I'm spoilers because this movie is literally from like the 80s. So, it turns out that he was actually protecting them, because they are supposed to have the first like human demon hybrid baby, which is interesting. Um, I thought,
87 by Madhouse.
yeah. I really like this movie. So thank you, Made, for suggesting this. I thought it was gonna be crazier than it was. So I honestly thought it was pretty tame. Um, but I highly recommend it. Again, goes into the supernatural part of my watch, I guess. Because I do thoroughly enjoy supernatural stuff. So this was a great
Favorite genre.
yeah, his favorite genre. So, I give this a solid like 9 out of 10. I know it's pretty high, but I thoroughly enjoyed it. I thought the animation, even though it was like an older movie, was pretty damn good. Even the quality on YouTube, it was pretty decent. The voice acting was very good. The fight scenes were fun to watch. Yeah, it was a great movie. Go watch it. Yeah.
Um,
Demon City Shinjuku Ninja Scroll. Yeah, I'll
fa-
throw them up in Sack's Discord, and I'll try to watch one of them for the next podcast. Yeah.
Favorite genre. I've actually seen Ninja Scroll. Favorite genre can be a little dicey because according to Malgraph, my favorite genre is school, whereas school is more of an incidental thing to what I normally watch.
Yeah, that's a weird genre.
Yeah, followed by comedy and then romance. So, which is more accurate
And
than
mine's the
school.
complete opposite.
Yeah.
Which
Oh, my least favorite, I bet, is Cars. Oh, it's adventure.
what was it on? It was on the other one, right? Not Mal. It was on the
Malgraph, yeah.
Malgraph. Where is that?
Apparently, my least favorite genre is adventure.
That's not surprising. Yeah. Let's see favorites. What is
Which is hilariously the exact opposite of school. So you know what? Maybe Malgraph knows more about my anime habits than I do.
yeah. My top three are supernatural, horror, and demons.
My top three are school, followed by comedy, then romance. What's your bottom three?
My bottom three are sci-fi, martial arts, and shonen. Which
My bottom three are adventure, fantasy, and historical.
yeah, which is it's really funny because you figure like the last four are shojo, superpower, shonen, martial arts, and sci-fi, and I would consider those my favorite genres. But according to this, it is not. And
Shoujo or shonen?
shojo and shonen, they're both on there. Yeah.
Okay. My bottom five are adventure, fantasy, historical, hentai, and mech.
Yeah, Mecha is 26 on my list for some reason.
Oh, 26 on my list is military.
And dementia is up there.
25 on my list.
Yeah, weird. Mine is.
I have 43 genres, though. I probably have more genres than you.
I got 33.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Surprisingly, Cars is 15.
Yeah, Cars was at the bottom for the longest time for me. Or was it? It's weirdly, it's like 19, but it's only there because of Redline.
Your top five are slice of life, drama, shoujo, music, and magic.
Oh, are we doing top school, comedy, romance, ecchi, superpower?
Yeah, you figure superpower would be at the top of mine, right? But I guess not.
Yeah. I've only seen 83 things that qualify as superpower.
I've seen 22, and shonen is 51, which is probably the most. Yeah, it's actually no. Adventure is 67.
Shonen is 156 for me. My most seen genre is comedy at 370, followed by action at 341.
That's correct. Headshot. Yeah. Yeah. If you got this, like only an hour and a half long, go watch it. It was pretty damn good. I really enjoyed this movie. Again, thank you for the suggestion because I thoroughly enjoyed it.
I guess means I've seen more anime in a single genre than most people have seen.
Yeah, not surprising.
Yeah.
All right, moving right along to the final topic before we get to the dartboard. Shippuuden. I finally finished it. I watched every episode except for all the filler. I skipped all the filler except for Mecha Naruto. I did watch that one because it was the highest rated filler episode. So I decided I'll watch that. I've seen most of the filler anyways, so I mean,
dropped it after Zombie Bros.
Fair enough. Um,
Which means if you finished this and you watched all of the actually canon episodes, you've actually seen more Naruto than I have, because I didn't finish it, and this adapts the light novels at the end.
Yes, it does. Which my one complaint is that they end it right when Naruto and Hinata walk out the door to get married, and I was like, you build up these 6 episodes about the wedding, and you don't even show the fucking wedding, which apparently
They probably didn't do the wedding in the novel.
they
Is my
apparently
guess.
show it in the Naruto last movie. Like they at the end of that movie, I guess they show like some scenes or whatever from it.
Oh
But I'm
yeah,
like,
I've seen that movie. It's a good movie.
uh,
It's actually a good movie.
could you drop me a? Oh, I thought I did. Yeah, I can do that. I remind me after the stream and I can do that. I thought I already sent you the. Oh, maybe I sent it to Arsec, but yeah, I'll send that to you.
Can I guess
Yeah.
2013?
What was it? Oh, okay. Um,
2014? 2014.
that is correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, Shippuden is better than Naruto. Mostly in my opinion because it has more action in it. I watched, like I said, everything except for the fillers. I watched all of Ninja War. I watched all of Pain.
I'm sorry.
Pain is the best arc.
Double sorry.
Yeah, Pain is the
Oh,
best.
it's the best narratively.
Yeah.
Just the fucking Looney Tunes fight.
That one, yeah. That I watched it. I watched that episode twice just because I'm like, was I high? Because like I was here when I watched it, and I watched it again. I'm like, yeah, okay, that's how it
Yeah.
was. I will say the animation towards the end gets incredibly a lot better. I don't know if they switched studios or something, or somebody got a pay raise and just cared more about their job. But towards the end of it, like the last 6 episodes look fantastic. So, I don't mind the Ninja Wars a lot. A lot of people do. I like the stuff between Naruto and his dad. I'm a sucker for anything that involves a child and their parents, probably because I'm a parent myself. Um, so a lot of that stuff does hit very well with me. I thought it probably could have dropped like maybe 20 episodes. So a lot of it, like the thing with Naruto, especially in Shippuden, is like it's flashback city like every fucking episode. Every episode is fucking flashback city. That is my one biggest complaint about Naruto is that I've seen one like the scene with Itachi and like fucking Sasuke when they're like doing the training thing in the woods. I've seen that so many times I could probably recite it word for word at this fucking point, and that's my biggest fucking pet peeve about this show is that there's too much flashback. Oh, John, you should play Silent Hill 1 then. Actually, Silent Hill 1 is on my my list of games to play for Spooky Month, so I might actually play that game.
It's not good.
Fair enough. I always want to hug my daughter though. She's my favorite person to hug. Um she gives the best hugs. Yeah, if they could cut out like the flashback stuff, it would probably honestly save probably about 20 episodes. Just cuz like I know the story at that point. Like it's nothing new. Itachi is probably one of my favorite characters just cuz of his overall arc and like what he had to do.
Itachi's great.
Yeah, Itachi is fantastic. And shout out to Zabuza cuz I love Zabuza too. And I like that's the other thing about the war that I do like is seeing some of the characters that are dead that come back and kind of have like a almost like a second like breath of life. That though there's some of them are incredibly underutilized. Like I think like the previous Kage when they come back for the fight, like it's kind of like okay, cool, but they don't do too much and they kind of get subdued kind of quickly, except for the
Sand. Kazekage?
No, he gets no the first Tsuchikage, right? Or the second Tsuchikage? The mummy guy. I think his name is Momo or some shit. I don't remember.
Yeah, he was a Kazekage, wasn't he?
No,
Gaara's dad?
No.
Gaara's dad gives a pretty good shake.
No,
in the manga he does. I don't know about the anime, but in the manga he gives a pretty good shake.
He does fine, but it's the Tsuchikage that
one of the Raikages was damn near invincible, and I think Naruto beats him by Rasenganing his arm into his own chest.
Yes. The anime, that was in the filler though, which I skipped. But yeah, they bring back like the 7 Ninja Swordmen. Obviously, all the Jinchuriki come back. The previous Kage come back.
Yeah, it's really lame.
Yeah, I like that stuff because like seeing before like Kabuto does all his like, oh, I need to make sure like nobody has feelings thing. Like the exchange between like Zabuso and Haku is like some of my favorite stuff in the Ninja War, just because like they were like the first like big bads for Naruto, and like the effect that they had on Naruto and like his development was pretty substantial. It's like before that fight, he was just some like ragtag kid, you know. That fight made him be like put him on the path to where he eventually led up, and just that death like between both of them, like that one hits very early in the anime, and it stays with you for a good amount of time, especially because they keep bringing them that fight back up throughout the course of the series.
That's why they needed to stay fucking dead. They bring back all of these characters who had good, impactful final deaths and final moments just to fucking kill them a second time, but worse and with less fanfare.
Fair enough.
It's so stupid. I hate it. The only character who got a good second death was Itachi.
Yeah,
everyone else died notably worse and in a dumber way the second time.
Itachi,
they were literally better characters dead.
But I will say, because I didn't know, the first time I watched Shippuuden, it wasn't dubbed up until halfway through the war, so I didn't know how anything ended. So coming back and watching it again, fuck Sasuke.
Yeah, fuck Sasuke.
Yeah, Sasuke is one of the worst characters. I do like, however, his side story at the end of Naruto where he goes off and does that like mission. I do like that those
oh no, that I was gonna say Hot Springs, but no, they didn't do Hot Spring. Did they do Hot Springs in Shippuden, or is that a Boruto?
I think it might be Boruto.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because that arc I'm talking about is like he has to find out who's exploding these people or whatever.
Yeah, no idea.
That's pretty cool. I also want to shout out the running gag they had at the last 6 episodes with Orochimaru and Yamato, where Orochimaru's just running around like the fucking Leaf Village and he's just following behind him like and watching him. That part made me laugh every time he came up like in a scene. Like he would just randomly be like behind the scene like doing something, and like I don't know why, but it was funny because he was like this giant badass and just like some dude just running around the fucking city at the end. It's I don't know why, but it fucking got me. Like I finished this today. Like today was like I finished Shippuden and I had like 7 episodes left, and then I watched the Dartboard anime today, all at work. But yeah, like the ending was fine. I hate that Kakashi loses his Sharingan because I think that's one of the cooler parts.
I do too. I think he should have fucking died.
I think honestly,
he should not have survived the pain arc. Fair. I think that's fucking bullshit. I hate that he lived the pain arc. I hate that he got his Sharingan back for any amount of time. When your fucking eyeball gets ripped out, it should stay ripped the fuck out. That's the biggest problem with the war arc. There's no fucking consequences for everything.
No, Neji died.
Fuck Neji. Wow. Neji hasn't been relevant for like 400 episodes.
That's fair, yeah.
And he's the only one. It's bullshit. And oh my god, I am so mad about the fucking Kakashi Sharingan bullshit. Apparently, Ghost Obito can just decide the next Hokage and can just decide to grant Sharingan. I've never seen the anime. I'm fucking bitching about this from the manga. I'm still fucking mad about it years later. It's such stupid bullshit. Fuck the war arc. The war arc sucks.
Well, Kakashi was named Hokage after the pain arc because Tsunade was in the coma or whatever.
No, he wasn't. Danzo was named Hokage after the pain arc. There was a debate about who would be the next Hokage.
Yes.
The 3 candidates were Naruto, Kakashi, and Danzo. The decision was to go with Danzo because 1, he's older and more experienced, and 2, because he mind controlled everyone.
Yes.
But Naruto and Kakashi were both in the running for it.
Yeah. So I mean, Obito
It's
didn't
not that he
decide it?
wasn't a candidate. It's just fucking stupid because the way it's portrayed is that the second the war arc ends, Kakashi just becomes the Hokage. Why? Tsunade's still around. She's still functional. She's still a better candidate than both of them.
I guess she just didn't
It's
want to do
dumb. It's literally like the way it's like shown. Kakashi was elected by Obito. It's fucking terrible.
That's fair, yeah. It was
Plus,
cool.
Kakashi had no business being fucking Hokage in the first place.
He didn't even want to do it.
No, he didn't want to do it because Tsunade should have stayed the Hokage, and then when Tsunade retired, it should have immediately gone to Naruto. There was the only reason they fucking made Kakashi fucking Hokage for any amount of time is so fucking Kakashi fans could jerk off to Hokage Kashi.
Can make Naruto Jonin after defeating Kaguya. Naruto has been ranked up a long time before that. That's true, yeah. Also on the topic of Kaguya, I thought she was like the weakest fucking villain, and I didn't care about her at that point.
Okay, counterpoint. I like Kaguya as a character. She had no business being in the show.
Yes.
She has a very interesting story of being sort of like an extraterrestrial invader coming from another world to harvest people's like energies and being like ruled over as a goddess. She has an interesting power set. I love her fucking MILF rabbit design and her sort of melancholic like love for her children who are betraying her because they can't stand her. Like her whole personality is incredibly interesting. The problem is she is no business being in the show. Like, yeah. I love Kaguya. I would cut her from the whole fucking series. No, like, she should be used in a different series. She's good. She should be used in a different show.
I think if they just would have explained, like, how the chakra came to be and all that stuff and, like, didn't have her as, like, the final boss, that would
I'd have cut Obito also. I'd have cut the whole war arc.
Fair. That's the thing. I still had fun watching the war arc and stuff like that. Mostly because I like the punchies, you know, and there was a lot of punchies going on. Every problem that arises, Naruto is like, you know what, a Rasengan will do.
Also, I'm Jesus.
Fair enough.
He became Jesus briefly.
He does.
The only good thing that came, as far as Naruto goes, because again, I will defend Kaguya. I think Kaguya is great. No business being in the show, but as a concept, is great. Is that it's a 7, by the way. They added a new dumb one.
Yeah, the continuity one or whatever.
Some fucking bullshit. I don't know. She's great. She has no business being in the show. She should be in a different show. She'd be a great villain in a different show, is what I will say about Kaguya.
Yeah, like I can understand like again, like the backstory and stuff like that, but having her as a final boss, it just like
she doesn't fit. That's the problem.
Yeah, she really doesn't. It's very out of place. She comes out of nowhere, so it's just like, okay, cool. Like this was the plan the whole time. I get it, Zetsu, cool, whatever.
No, the better way to do Naruto is that you have the Itachi fight, and she's a Persona final boss. That is, yeah. I mean, honestly, yeah, she's a Persona boss.
My buddy Eric would describe her as Thanos. When we were watching, this was like during like the Thanos era of the MCU. He's like, yeah, Kaguya is just Thanos. Like she can just do anything. I'm like, okay, this is cool. I want to see this, but it wasn't dubbed yet, so.
Oh, her powers are fucking awesome, but no, Maid is on point though. Like it's a trope in all of Persona that you fight the real enemy that has narrative significance to your plot, and then at the end some god shows up.
Yeah, she's yelled about.
Like, Maid is on point. She is a fucking Persona boss. The way I would have done it is I would have had I would have wrapped with Pain, because I don't think there's any fucking reason to go a single goddamn episode past Pain. After Itachi, I would have moved into the Danzo arc, and I would have explored Danzo and his whole squad as a character, and I would have used Sai and Sasuke to develop that. And I would have resolved Sai, because Sai's just left out to fucking dry. Like, he has nothing to do with the defeat of Danzo, which is stupid, because Sai works for fucking Danzo. How did he just leave that thread hanging? It's so fucking irritating. Anyway, so we know that Sasuke wants to kill fucking Danzo as his final fart of revenge. I would have went that way. I would have made Sasuke not be a fucking neurotic moron that kept ping-ponging between his goals at the end. That's what I would have done.
That's why
so he's like,
him at the end, yeah.
I'm gonna kill Danzo. He's the one that killed my family. I would have made it just Danzo and not the other elders of the village. I would have made it just Danzo behind the marrying, behind the murder. I would have brought Sai in, and then I would have had like Naruto in like Squad 7 go in. Like I would have brought them into Danzo. Maybe Sai needs help or something. They encounter Sasuke. They defeat Danzo, and then I would have brought Naruto into conflict with Sasuke. ... Then start the pain arc, and then when pain arc ends, I would have had everyone stay fucking dead and the village destroyed, and then Tsunade would have stayed in a coma, and then with Danzo and Kakashi dead and Tsunade in a coma, then I would have had Naruto become Hokage, because that sets up for a more interesting sequel where we have to see Naruto suddenly thrust into a leadership position that he's not used to and having to rebuild the Leaf Village, partially through his friendships, but also partially having to protect his village against the rival villages. And sure, he has like an ally in the Sand Village with Gar and all that, but like the fucking Water Village and the fucking Stone Village and Lightning Village, they don't fucking like you. That would have been such a more interesting dynamic for a sequel than Boruto would have been. And what's more than that, I would have had Naruto remember Hinata's confession, because then you could have started in a sort of sequel series developing that relationship and exploring their romantic relationship. What I'm saying is I could have done Naruto better.
Fair enough. Also,
tell me that isn't better.
Made, you're not wrong, because Sai is kind of like Sasuke light, so that makes sense, yeah. She couldn't have Sasuke, so she went with the next best thing.
And I'd have cut Kaguya. I love her, but get her the fuck out of this.
Yeah. I haven't rated this yet. I already opened my mouth, so I'm gonna rate it live.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Fuck it, we'll do it live.
Fuck it, we'll do it live. Exactly. That's
pretty sure that was what, Bill O'Reilly?
Something like that, yeah. So yeah, I'm gonna rate it live. Now, I enjoyed this. I'm not gonna say I didn't. Obviously, there was a lot of stuff that I complained about. There's a lot of stuff that I did like, though, because you know I'm a sucker for anything that has to do with punchies and kickies and power-ups.
Bill O'Reilly.
Yeah. I did like the Kurama stuff and Naruto stuff. I like Kurama's arc because he's like, I hate everyone. And he's like, you know what? This kid's okay. I like this kid. You know.
3 good moments I will talk about Shippuuden that I will give credit for, that I thought they were really cool. 4 really good moments. Gaara beating his dad with the power of love.
Yes.
Which is extra important, because do you know what the tattoo on Gaara's forehead says?
I don't remember.
Love. Yeah.
The power
it's great. Love. Yeah, and remember, Gaara's sand powers come from his mom.
Yes, not from the Shukaku.
It's fucking perfect. I love that. Naruto being the smartest motherfucker.
How is he smart?
By the way, Naruto is better at tactics than Shikamaru. And I can prove this. Naruto is just straight up the smartest tactical fighter in the series. Not as good a strategy. I think if it on the ground, I would put Naruto over Shikamaru, but if we were talking about commanding large groups of soldiers, you'd want Shikamaru in charge over Naruto, if that makes any sense.
No, that makes sense.
Shikamaru takes things too slowly to be tactically minded. Like, the difference between tactics and strategy. Like, Naruto is tactically minded, but he's probably not great at strategy. Shikamaru is clearly more deviated towards, like, large-scale confrontations and, like, moving large amounts of troops and shit like that. Like, large-scale planning. You get them together, you probably have, which is probably why Naruto made Shikamaru his advisor as Hokage.
Yeah, no, that makes sense, yeah.
Yeah, it's because he's like, here, you're better at the big picture stuff. I'm better on the ground. What was I talking about? Oh yeah, Naruto outsmarting fucking Obito by having Kakashi teleport him into Obito's fucking alternate dimension, so that Obito, when he tries to dodge a Biju bomb, teleports into a Rasengan.
Yeah.
That moment, so fucking badass. Other final. Oh yeah, Hinata slapping Naruto. That's a nice scene. I like that.
Yeah.
It's simultaneously adorable and powerful.
No, that's a good scene. Yeah.
I'm also a big fan of Naruto outspeeding Raikage. That's a cool moment. Like, there's a lot of cool moments in it, but that's a cool moment when Naruto outspeeds Raikage. But another really good one I like is in the final battle between Naruto and Sasuke. It's a very subtle moment, and I've actually talked to people that missed it. But when Sasuke is charging up his final Chidori, when you notice Naruto is on the ground and Sasuke's charging up his final Chidori, you see Naruto just put his right hand to the side, and a Rasengan forms in his hand, which is, I believe, the first time in the whole show you see Naruto not need two hands for a Rasengan.
No, I noticed that as well. Yeah.
Very end, he one hands a Rasengan for like the first time ever, and it is so fucking badass. Like, it's also very subtle. It's it's subtle in the manga, but it's very easy to miss.
Yeah.
Like, I've talked to people that did not realize he did it.
Yeah. Also, when I mention Kurama, I also think of fucking Yu Yu Hakusho too, made. So you're not alone. You're not alone. But yeah, so I'm gonna rate this right now. I'm going to give it an 8.
Oh, Might Guy fucking actually being FTL against fucking Madara is badass. Like, the 8th gate, that's cool.
Yeah, and then also being paralyzed for the remainder of the series.
That is the scene where I came around. Like, I didn't like Guy. That is the scene where I was like, you know what, Guy? You're pretty fucking cool.
I like the backstory with his dad too. Like, that was cool, because I've always like wondered about his dad too, and like the fact that his dad protected him using that same move is like really that was like a really cool couple of episodes, just because like Guy is obviously not related to Rock Lee, even though they're like literally the same fucking person.
Yeah.
But he's protecting his son the same way his dad protected him, and I thought that was like a cool thing too. Got a bounce, got a session for Xbox Live. All right, dude, thank you very much for hanging out, man.
The fun thing about the 8th gate transformation is that it's like really the only example I can think of in anime where a character isn't stated to be moving FTL, but you can visually see that they are moving FTL, because he's literally moving so fast it's distorting space around him.
Yeah.
Like, it's the first time where you can like look at the physical effects of FTL travel, or at least theoretical FTL travel, of how space just warps because it just cannot handle it.
Yeah, that's definitely
like, usually when anime, it's like he's moving faster than light, and it's just like they just say he's moving faster than light, but like they actually show Guy moving faster than light.
Yeah.
Like Naruto, they just say he's moving faster than light, but
that's definitely one of my like top favorite fights in Shippuuden.
It's just fucking cool. Yeah.
He
almost does it. It's like a Joey moment where Joey almost beats Merrick. He almost fucking beats Madara.
He got very close. Yeah. So yeah, I'm gonna rate the entire series an 8. Honestly, if it would have ended without Kaguya, it would have been better. I like some of the more sappier stuff too in it, like the final I think 16 episodes. Like, you have the 5 of them are for Sasuke, 5 of them is a Shikamaru story, and then you have like the wedding stuff. I really actually enjoyed like the final 6 episodes where they were all trying to like figure out what to get him and stuff like that. And Naruto asking Iruka Sensei to be his dad too for the wedding was like a really good moment, because like he's been there since the beginning. Like, he obviously looked up to him as his teacher and stuff. I thought that was awesome. I honestly expected him to ask Kakashi, to be quite honest. But it was a really good surprise for me for him to actually ask Iruka instead of Kakashi. I thought that was a really good moment. I think the series ended good.
Hinata looks real pretty in her wedding dress. I've seen the last few, like, I've seen like clips from the final episode.
Yeah, no, yeah. Hinata has like a couple good scenes too at the end too, because she gets all sad because everyone's like fighting over basically like what present to get them so they can actually go to the wedding too. Like, I thought that was an interesting concept, like the that they kind of pulled up, and then Tsunade just comes and says, no, that was like an old rule, man, why are you instituting that rule? So that was cool. I thought it ended pretty well. I was kind of butthurt I didn't actually see the wedding, because they really hype it up over the 6 episodes and you don't even see it.
They need to do a special just for the wedding.
I literally like I went
It'd be
to go.
super boring, but everybody would love it.
I would love it, yeah. Like I went to go like hit next episode, and I'm like, wait, there's not another episode, and I was like, come on. But yeah, overall, I thought it was a very good series. I obviously had my gripes with it. I probably won't come back to it for a very long time because it is very very much a slog to watch because there's a lot of episodes. So
I actually have to, because I've mentioned before that I plan on having never dropped an anime, and I do have I do have it dropped at episode 116. So I actually do need to come back and finish the show at some point.
yeah, skip all the filler.
Sean, yeah,
Yeah.
obviously,
Except
of fucking course.
Okay, the 2 filler episodes I did watch on this run were the Kakashi face reveal one because I think that episode's really
Not
fun.
a fucking filler.
It says
they appear in the data books. They're official.
Okay, fine, not filler, but some people skip it. I didn't skip that one in Mecha Naruto because the Mecha Naruto episode's pretty fucking hilarious for some reason. It's just wacky, and I enjoyed it. I also skipped like there's like an Itachi side story too that I skipped.
I actually don't know the answer to this.
But yeah, it was good. If you like that stuff, watch it. If you have time, also watch it too. It's honestly like a relief that I don't have to come back to this right now because I was really really in there for a while. So yeah, live rating, first one.
Nice.
Yeah.
Fun fact about Naruto. I've already went over my history of Naruto when we talked about original Naruto on the podcast, so I'm not going to go over that again. But Naruto is actually my favorite anime hero of all time. Favorite manga hero of all time. If you look on my now list, you'll see 2 characters above him, which is Evangeline Athanasia Catherine McDowell from Nejima and Sakai Yuji. And technically, Sakai Yuji is a hero in Shakugan no Shana, but he's actually on the list because he is the main villain of the 3rd season. So they make the main hero the main villain in the last season, and he's actually on there because he's like the greatest anime villain ever. And Eva acts as a hero in UQ Holder, but she's mostly there because of her supporting role in Nejima. So yeah, Naruto, favorite anime hero.
I put him up there. I don't think he'd be my favorite, but I'll definitely put him in like the top 5.
Well, your favorite's like Goku, though, right?
Goku's not my favorite.
Who is your favorite?
I don't know. I would have to sit down and actually like think about it. I also feel like I need to watch a couple more before I actually make it like a solid decision.
Right.
Honestly, I might put Yusuke up at the top too because I really do like Yusuke a lot too.
Okay, that's an acceptable answer.
Yeah. What
I really like about Naruto is his character development. I think that's why he's number 1. Like, the character he is in episode 1 compared to, like, where he ends up in, say, I don't know, Boruto even. Like,
yeah.
I mean, you wouldn't need to go that far, but that is the point, though. Like, that is not the same person.
Yeah.
And I really like that you get to see him slowly evolve and change over time. That's why he's number 1, is his development.
Yeah, I'll agree with that because he does have, like, well, at least, like, with some of the shows that I've watched, he does have the best character development and arc between the 2 series. I am gonna watch Boruto because I'm a masochist.
But it's so Boruto.
I am gonna watch it. I'm not gonna watch it anytime soon, just because
there's my grammar on that. I'm sorry, everyone.
That's okay. I am gonna watch it, mostly because I'm gonna wait for more dub to come out too, because we are like 2 years behind on it. So I will probably watch that sometime next year, just so I can have a couple extra episodes to watch. And because like I'm good with these characters for now. You know, I've seen them grow. I've seen them fall in love.
Yes. No, I won't argue.
Yeah. Also, the strongest character in Naruto.
You broke your cord when you did that.
God damn it! Did I?
Yeah.
Oh, God damn! Oh, it's working here. I can see it, but let me.
You're too quiet.
Better?
Yeah.
Okay. There goes another like $30. Okay. Let's move on to the main event.
Yes.
Anime Dartboard, which is our monthly book club / anime club. that we do every month, where we randomly select a 12 to 13 episode anime and or movie, and we watch it and we talk about it. So this week was, I'm gonna butcher this name, NAKAIMO. My Little Sister is Among Them, which is a softcore hentai.
It isn't.
Okay. There's.
Believe me, I've seen things that are.
Okay.
I call them. Can't believe it's not hentai.
it's like butter, but not. Okay. There's obviously.
It's an ecchi series.
Yeah.
Is what that's called. What you were trying to say is it's an ecchi series.
Okay. I did not know the term, but yes, I watched 10 of these episodes while at work. 2 of them when I got home. While
I literally told you not to do that, but
I completely forgot. Which is good because none of the girls that I have working were working today, so it was just me and my buddy. So him and I were watching it together.
It's very good. Yes.
Yeah. This is like a romance type anime with slight incestuous tones to it. I will say I did like it.
Light incest tones. What I'm going to warn you about talking about NAKAIMO is that, unfortunately, I have coincidentally enough watched a show right after this with almost the same plot, so I might fuck up and get some of this mixed up.
Fair enough. I just watched this today, and I will also probably fuck up because I watched it while.
I assume you didn't watch episode 13 if you've only seen 12 episodes.
There's an episode 13?
There is, yeah.
Aren't you spoken for John? And what do you care about? What?
Well, the issue is if you are watching an ecchi series in a workplace, he might get in trouble.
Correct. Yeah, sexual harassment type thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the only reason why I care.
Yeah.
To be honest.
I understand.
Yeah. If it wasn't at work, then I wouldn't care. Because, case in point, my lady did come in and I'm watching this, and she's like, "Oh, anime titties." I'm like, "Yep."
Yeah.
That's what we're doing tonight.
Gotta love them strawberries.
Yeah.
With cream.
This is the first romance type thing I've watched, technically.
Oh my god, that's true.
Yeah. I didn't hate it. I didn't love it, but I did like it. It was fun. This was another thing that I watched, and then at the end, I'm like, wait, it's over? And then I looked for another episode. I did not know there was a third. The 13th episode was not Verve.
It was, and I watched it on Verve. It was, yes.
Was it under something else?
It is, yeah. It's under OVA.
That's why. Okay, her nipples look like pepperoni. My friend's first reaction to anime boobs. Well, I like pepperoni.
So, I like nipples, so.
So I should have watched the OVA then. No, what I did actually technically didn't have time.
You didn't miss a lot with it.
Okay.
As a basic idea, it is about the girls wanting to. I think the girls want to date the main character is the idea for it, and the sister says, "If you want to date my brother, you've got to be accepted by me." And it's about the main character going on dates with the various girls to try and win over him and the sister.
Oh, okay.
Because the main character in this, funny enough, it is about a man who, after his father's death, is told that he has a sister who wants to marry him, and he shows up at a school, and he has to. I don't know why I'm running through the plot. You're supposed to have already watched this.
We do it anyways.
Yeah, we'll do it anyway. And he has to find a bride, but as it turns out, one of them might be his sister. Ooh. And the important thing about this is he doesn't want to fuck his sister, which is different from a lot of other anime where there's a little sister in it, where they do want to fuck their sister. What's a unique subversion in this is he doesn't want to fuck his sister, and his goal is to not fuck his sister.
He actually tells the girl that he eventually ends up with, "I don't want to bang you because you're my sister."
Yeah, I'm not into that. Yeah.
Mate, if they added the girls boxing for his love in the anime, I probably would have liked it a lot more. But that's because I like the punchies. I've
seen that happen before.
I like the punchies, whatever.
I'm sure I have seen that happen.
I can't say this is the first anime I watched with not a single fight in it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
There was not a single punchy. There was a car accident, so I guess I'll count that.
Car accidents are like fights.
It's like a car punchy, you know?
If you think about it really hard.
Yeah, you never win. You never win that fight. The car will always win.
Yes.
But yeah, I liked it. I thought it was an interesting watch. I didn't obviously hate it because I finished it. Also because I made the commitment to finish everyone, even if I wasn't liking it.
I like how you made that commitment and then you just didn't last time. You're like, I'm gonna after I missed out on Love Live, I'm gonna finish all of them, and then the next one was Momode Lollipop, and you're like, yeah, fuck it. This is dumb. And now you're still saying you're gonna do it. You're not gonna do it, John. Don't lie to the audience.
I watched all of this and I did it.
But you liked this.
I did.
You didn't hit an obstacle with this.
I didn't like it until I want to say episode 5.
Okay.
That's when I started, because I normally go by the three episode rule. I got it to episode 5 and I'm like, this isn't terrible. Because at first I was like, you know what, this isn't like the anime for me, whatever. But I'm holding true to my word. I'm gonna finish them, regardless of if it's for me or not, because I need to broaden my horizons. And by doing so, I did find something that I enjoyed but wasn't in love with. Because it's technically not something that, it's not a supernatural type thing. So I definitely, it's definitely not up there. But no, I thought it was really good. As a lot of the episodes were, I thought it was pretty well written overall, with the entirety of the arc, him finding out who his sister is, and eventually ending up with, I can't remember her name, but the girl in the middle. We'll say that.
Miyabi.
Yes. Yeah, it was.
I didn't expect it to be Miyabi, by the way.
I did not. I expected it to be the other girl. What the fuck's her name?
I expected it to be either Konoe or Mizutani.
Yeah, the big titty bitch. That's when
I expected either Konoe or Mizutani.
Yeah. But yeah,
so I was actually surprised it was Miyabi. She was probably one of my least suspected characters.
Same. Especially after he's like, I don't want to bang you because you're my sister.
What I actually found out, what I actually enjoyed about NAKAIMO was I found myself actually more invested in the mystery of finding out who the sister was, and sort of the politics behind him trying to take over his company. I enjoyed the sort of social game aspects of it, with the underhanded politics behind his company succession, where they tried to trick him into dating his sister, and the mystery of being okay, this person has this phone that can disguise your voice. How did they get it? I liked the mystery aspects. I think the romance aspects were pretty weak, but the mystery and political intrigue were pretty decent.
Yeah, see, I was very invested in figuring out who it was too, and then when I figured it out, I was like, okay, I know who it is, because it's revealed in episode 10, 9 or 10.
What I will say about this show is the fucking balls it has. I'm not sure if you noticed this. I know you're sort of a voice actor connoisseur.
I am.
So you might have noticed this in the opening cutscene. You hear the sister's vocal lines. And I probably noticed this because I recognize her voice more. But yeah, the opening vocal lines where she says, hey, I'm your sister, let's get married, I noticed immediately was Brittany Karbowski, who I said I mentioned, I think last time during Momode Lollipop, she was she voices Miyabi in this.
Yeah.
She gave the greatest vocal performance I'd ever heard in Railgun S. The sister in the opening scene where she says, hey, I'm your sister, let's get married, was Brittany Karbowski. And then Miyabi is played by Brittany Karbowski. And then at the end, you find out that it was Miyabi. And the balls the show has to use the same voice actors for the opening scene as the actual sister.
Yeah, I didn't put that together until the actual reveal.
Put it together because I didn't when they started introducing the other sisters in the voices. I'm like, oh, I guess they changed the sister's voice.
Yeah,
because they introduce what's her name, Yuzurina's voice. The fake sister. They start using her voice instead, and that's why I didn't put it together. Huh?
The witch girl.
Yeah, the actress. Yeah. Arena. Yeah. So I didn't put it together because they started using her voice during the voice recorders. And so when I heard that they changed the voice, I'm like, oh, I guess they stopped using Brittany Karbowski because she's voicing Miyabi instead. So when they show up at Miyabi at the end, I'm like, yo, you ballsy bastards.
And it's stuff like that, which is why even though I shouldn't do this, but I do everything last minute so I can remember this stuff for the podcast. But it's always a slog because like I'm like I have 24 hours, not even 20, like 12 hours to get all this stuff watched. And
why don't you do this like the day before?
Because I will forget shit, Zach. You underestimate the power of my forgetfulness. If I didn't watch this day of, I would forget so much shit.
It just seems like one of these days you're not going to have the time is what I'm worried about.
I did after today. I'm like, since I literally finished like the last episode 15 minutes before we started, I was like, I'm going to try to do this like the Thursday or Wednesday that I have off before the podcast, just because.
Yeah, probably a better idea.
Yeah. I took notes, but I left all my notes at work. The only note I remember writing down was cream puff.
Yeah.
That's the only note I remember.
They got really creative with the sex metaphors.
Yeah, they did. Yeah. So I was like, cream puff. And there was another thing too, but I can't remember. But it's written down at work, and hopefully nobody sees it.
Yeah. You have anything else to add on this?
I don't.
Then there's only one thing we have to talk about, John.
The rating?
No, fuck that. We're not there yet.
Oh, what's that?
Whenever you watch a harem, you have to have a debate of best girl. John, who is your best girl?
Big titty girl.
Konoe?
Yeah.
Okay. I liked Mizutani. If I was him, I'd have married Mizutani.
Fair.
The ninja girl who helps him out, I'd go with Mizutani.
See, I'm a sucker for big old anime titties. You know, that's why Tsunade is best grandma.
Yo, I'd fuck Tsunade. I don't care.
Oh, hey. You're not wrong, Maid. I probably wrote something like that on the note, to be honest.
Probably good number 2 is May because she dresses like a witch, and that's all I need in life.
True, yeah.
No, all of the girls are pretty strong. I'd still go Mizutani, I think.
Yeah,
but
big titty.
Yeah, there you go.
Big titty girl for me. Every time.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Doesn't matter. It's always
the thing I watched right after this. I'd go big titty girl.
Fair enough.
Which is Hensuki. Are you willing to fall in love with a girl as long? Are you willing to fall in love with a pervert as long as she's a cutie? Which has an almost identical plot to this, except one of them's not secretly a sister. One of them just secretly left him her underwear, and he has to figure out which one.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that sounds very similar. Yeah.
It's not the big titty girl, but she's the one I would go with. And that she wants to be treated like a dog.
Neat.
Yeah.
No, we all have that feeling.
They all have fetishes. That's the gimmick.
Oh.
One of them wants to be treated like a dog. One of them wants to enslave him. One of them wants to have him fuck his best friend. One of them is really into his scent. And one of them is an exhibitionist and also his sister.
Neat. All right, so
what he is in to none of them.
What would we rate this as?
I gave it a 7. I liked it. I didn't think it was great. I didn't think it's anything spectacular. I just thought it was a good watch with some good stuff to it and some not so good stuff to it.
Let's see. In the manga I'm reading, a girl decided she's truly in love with her boyfriend by spending the whole day not wearing underwear and then making him drink her spit. What would the not wearing underwear have to do with the spit, though?
They can convey feelings and emotions through their drool. Is the plot of that? Yeah, I've also read it.
Oh, okay. I'm also going to give it a 7.
It's as fucking weird as you think it is.
I did enjoy it. You know, I'm not typically into the romance stuff, but I thought it was pretty well written. The voice acting was on par.
You don't know that. This is the first one. So far, your romance is batting 100, actually.
We're doing good. Yeah, I liked it. I thought it was good. 7 it is. Maybe I'll go back and watch that OVA.
Yeah. It's sort of a fun fan servicey thing. There's nothing too spectacular about it.
Fair enough.
All right, we ready to spin that dart?
Let's spin that dart, baby.
Shuffle, shuffle, shuffle. And it's going to be...
Let's see what the reaction is this month.
Damn.
Let's see if they
Almost Tenchi Muyo.
Ooh, I've been meaning to watch that too.
Yeah, it was almost that.
Oof.
This is MoistCr1TiKaL. What the fuck is this?
How do you spell that?
I will post a Mal link for you in chat. How about that? So people can follow along.
Okay.
MoistCr1TiKaL Magic Users Club, licensed by Media Blast in Nyav Post. Let's see. Magic Users OVA, which is done by Production Read, directed by Junichi Satao, who did a lot of things for this. It says director, episode director, script, storyboard, original creator, executive producer, publicity, key animation. So this man basically made this show by himself. He did Akuma-kun, Amanchu. He did he did Aria the animation. Oh shit, that's actually really famous.
Okay.
Oh, he directed Sailor Moon.
Which one?
I think all of them. He Sailor Moon, R. Sailor Moon and R. He directed episodes on the later seasons. He did storyboards for Bebop.
Oh, okay.
He did Fugiboshi. Isn't this Precure? Fugiboshi no Futahime. Some shit I've never heard of. Gegaga. He did some Precure. Okay, no, this man is actually a real person. Kaleidoscar. Kuroro Genso. He did like 100 episodes of Kuroro Genso. Jesus Christ, this man's got a fucking career that reads like a fucking. The man has a career that reads like a fucking dictionary. He did M3. He did this. He did. Never fucking heard of that in my life. Some old shit. He did some storyboards for Evangelion. He did Doremi. He directed Doremi. Jesus Christ, holy shit! This Fibrain. He did Princess Tutu. Holy shit, my man, calm it down. He did Pre-Tier. He did Slayers. I'm honestly waiting for this to stop. The amount of shit this guy has done. This guy is like an actual dude. This is some. I'm gonna say if this man like put this on my desk as his fucking resume, hired.
Speaking of Sailor Moon, I did watch a Sailor Moon movie on Netflix with my kid, but I did fall asleep during it, so I was gonna review it for the podcast tonight, but I didn't go back and rewatch it.
Media Blasters, rip you guys. This dub can either be pretty good, like Berserk, or completely fucking terrible. I'm going to assume terrible. It is 6 episodes. I believe each episode is about 28 minutes. This is an original concept. And it is one sunny day, invaders came from space. They weren't little green men or funny girls wearing school uniforms, though. They were ugly robots, which defeated the UN forces in seconds. After that, invaders, known as eyeballs, roamed around and observed human society. In fact, they were peaceful unless attacked. They were polite and followed all the traffic laws, too. Still, they were aliens, and the people of Earth wanted them to go home. The Kido no Hashi High School Magic Club took it on themselves to defeat these foul robots and free the world. And this also has 2 sequels, which is MoistCr1TiKaL TV and MoistCr1TiKaL versus Shamanic Princess, which is a 13-episode TV show that aired in 1999. and one episode OVA that I guess crossed over with Shamanic Princess, which is probably another dark sitting somewhere in the dartboard. But you don't have to watch the TV show. This is the OVA.
Okay.
The OVA. You did get the link, right?
Did you send it in the chat or Discord?
Yeah, I put it in secret.
Oh, okay.
Or in a stream chat. It's in stream chat.
Oh, okay. Let me get that real quick.
Yeah. So everyone knows that we're watching the OVA and not the TV show. We could watch the TV show, but that's more like I'll throw it on the dartboard or I'll just watch it in my own free time.
Okay, it's been added.
Yep. So remember, 6-episode OVA series, not the TV series.
Okay.
But
and I wish it told me where I could watch this.
Excuse me. It says it's licensed by Media Blasters and Knife Post, so I don't know, maybe check YouTube or something. Or High Dive. High Dive might also have it. High Dive has a lot of old shit.
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah, average score of 7.06, which is well in coin flip territory. Neat. It's close enough to a 6 that it's a 50-50 on this one. I'm feeling like it'll probably be sitting at a 5 or 4 myself. Somewhere between 4 or 6 maybe is where I'm feeling. Maybe this will be great. I don't know. Apparently, it is created by a legend. But I guess we'll find out.
Well,
How you feeling, John?
we all know that magic stuff is either hit or miss.
Oh, our genres are sci-fi, comedy, magic, romance, and fantasy.
Okay.
So
this will be a fun watch, and only 6 episodes makes it easier too. So.
Yeah, it's like half the length. Yeah, because it's actually a 13 or less episodes or movie.
Yeah. So. This will be a watch, and that'll be next month, which will be on the drum roll. Why I click stuff.
It will be the 2nd, which it'll be October 2nd.
October 2nd. So yeah, that's what we got going on next month. Do we have any final thoughts or anything we want to share before we leave tonight?
About this, not really. I will say I'll probably have finished Yakuza by next podcast because I'll probably finish Yakuza tomorrow. It's actually later than I thought it would be, so I might not finish Yakuza tonight. I probably won't. I actually need to eat and then go to bed. It's like 1:40 in the morning. Yeah. It's my bedtime. But so I'll probably finish Yakuza tomorrow. Or maybe not, because I have to build an entire... I have to fucking rearrange my room. Maybe I won't finish Yakuza tomorrow. I'll finish Yakuza before the next podcast, almost certainly. I only have like 2 hours in that game left. And I only have 1 episode left on my current anime, so you're probably going to hear me talk about my new episode of Water by then. Like, I'll probably be done with an episode of Water.
Yeah. And as for me, I will be taking a vacation from work as of the 13th. So I will be, hopefully, if I get my shit together, working on some content myself. I have no idea what it's going to be yet. The stream will continue with Majora's Mask Monday. Tomorrow will be Superman 64. Other than that, I don't know what is after that. It's all dependent on the Lord and Savior of the Shuffle. So we'll see. Other than that, October will start spooky month for me, and I'm assuming you're doing some horror theme month for October as well.
As I always do, we're supposed to we're supposed to do Resident Evil 5. I don't know if you're still down for RE5.
I will. Oh yeah, we can do that on Saturdays, right? You want to do that on Saturday? Okay.
Sure.
Yep, so we'll be doing that. Dark Souls 2 is continuing next weekend as well.
Oh yes. Okay. Yeah, I'm down.
Okay.
Oh, next Saturday, probably. I actually have my doctor's appointment next Saturday, but that is in the morning. So I guess I'll let you know if something goes on.
Yeah, just keep me in the loop on that. I will be picking 3 games for Spooky Month. I'm not going to overload it like I did last time, because I bit off way more than I could chew last year. So this year I'm just picking.
How many did you try?
Like 6 or 7.
Oh, I usually do 4.
Yeah, so I think I'm doing 3 or 4. It's going to be dependent on the schedule and stuff, obviously, because I work ridiculous hours. So that'll be a thing. I'm gonna start doing my Wednesday morning streams as well. So that will be a thing as well. Other than that, I think that's
For Horror Month, which is the name of mine, we're definitely doing RE5. We're also looking at Silent Hill 4, The Room, Fatal Frame 2, Crimson Butterfly. And then for the last one, it's a little bit of a toss-up between Obscure or Amnesia 2, Machine for Pigs. Haven't quite decided, but that's okay. I usually don't decide until the month of anyway.
Yeah.
Although I guess now that we're in September, it is time to actually finally fucking pick what I'm doing.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah, the two games that I've definitively decided on, I'm either doing one or two more. Well, obviously Resident Evil 5 is one of them. The two games I've decided on are Eternal Darkness, Sanity's Requiem for GameCube, which I've heard nothing but great things about the game. I've never played it, so I'm going to try that out. And also,
fun fact of that game, because of it, Nintendo has a patent on sanity mechanics in video games, which literally no one has ever not violated.
Fair enough. And the
they
other
don't defend it very heavily. I don't think it would hold up in court anymore, but
yeah,
or that they care or know they own it anymore.
Yeah, that's got to be like 16 years old at least.
Oh, patents will fucking last forever. I just don't think they know they have it, and I think that because the way like I don't know if this works for patents, but I know the way like copyright law works is if you don't defend it aggressively enough, it kind of passes into public domain anyway. And considering I don't think they've ever sued anyone over it ever, and so many games have sanity mechanics now, I genuinely do not think if they tried to sue someone, it would work.
Fair enough, yeah. The other game I was thinking about doing, I said it was definitive, but it might not be, is The Evil Within, because I do randomly just have that game, and it's been sitting there, so I think that might be another one that I might play. I don't really know.
Here it's better patched now.
Yeah. But I have a couple other games that I've been thinking about, and I might throw a spoof type of game in there, like I did last year with like Luigi's Mansion, but we'll see. It'll be definitively picked as of the last week of September, so it'll either be 3 or 4 games. So not counting RE5.
Coming up on my channel is Persona 2 Eternal Punishment. Is what we've been doing. I don't know how. I think we're probably halfway there. I'm debating whether to replay the first half, maybe on New Game Plus if it's available, just to see the Nanjo route. We'll see how that goes. We'll decide later. Then I have to do Pache's viewer request of Undertale, which is Pacifist route, then Pokemon X, and then Digimon Next World Order, which is MacTier's request. Probably won't even get that far, but that's the block we're looking at for my channel.
Awesome. There's some prime games coming up.
So yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and post my link in the chat for any lurkers that might exist in the chat. I don't fucking know. Check me out. I play those games you just heard.
And I play everything from retro games to newer games and everything in between. I'm no longer doing themed months because I realized that was literally killing me, and I'm not doing those types of things anymore. So we are doing things that are on my list at random because I figure that's the best way to do things.
I agree.
Other than that, I've been ConquertheJohn, and you've been whom?
Oh, I have been Sacrabalic, your porn lord. Toot-a-roo.
And I have been ConquertheJohn, your soft porn lord. Good night, everybody. Have a good night. We love you.
You exited yourself twice. I'm going to call you out. We're not going to end the stream here. You just exited yourself out twice. You should have cut on the tutoroo. Now we have to have this thing where I complain about it live on air.
Well, I wanted to follow it up with something, a little bit better than what I did.
You don't get to do that. That's my job.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
It's my job.
All right. See everyone for episode 14. It's been a real pleasure. We'll see you
my
next
channel.
month. Yep. Next month
Bye.
will be on Sacrabalic's channel. Good night, everyone. Tee hee.